Chapter 1401. Golden divine light surged like a divine ocean as the might of the primal Chaos Emperor fist spread out in all directions. The silhouettes of a true dragon and a true phoenix emerged from Lin Tian's fist, intertwining with each other as they charged towards Fan Jingye's hand. It was as if they were about to shatter the heavens, causing all the cultivators in the area to tremble. They were all shocked by the might of the fist. So powerful. This aura. Many cultivators were shocked. Such a punch was truly terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. It was so shocking. At the same time, Jiang Luoluo and the old firing bird were also shocked. The pressure that Lin Tian emitted was so powerful that it was not weaker than Fan Jingye's. Moreover, the Emperor fist that he used now was even more terrifying. Even Fan Jingye was shocked. He could see that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the peak of the Emperor realm. However, Lin Tian's aura and attack were not inferior to his at all. At this moment, Lin Tian used the True Dragon and Celestial Phoenix formed by the Emperor Fist, which collided with Fan Jingye's big hand. With a loud boom, a large part of the void was destroyed, and transparent air waves rippled out like water. The fist and the palm collided, and they were evenly matched. Fan Jingye was shocked again, and then his attacks became more violent. He took a step forward and waved his left and right hands at the same time, forming palm prints one after another. Each palm print was intertwined with the immortal realm divine power, which made the surroundings tremble. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Divine light intertwined around his body as he punched Fan Jingye again and again. Bam! 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 The fist and palm kept colliding, and the sound echoed in the space like thunder. The roar was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. Such a scene caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. He blocked Fan Jingye's attack. He can fight with Fan Jingye for a short while. That's an immortal realm, cultivator. How is this possible? As Lin Tian revealed his godly power, his cultivation level was also revealed. Everyone could sense that Lin Tian was at the peak of the Imperial Space Realm. However, even though he was at that level, he was still able to compete with Fan Jingye, who was at the Immortal Plane. So powerful. Jiang Luoluo was shocked. She knew that Lin Tian was extremely strong, abnormally strong. She even used the word monster to describe Lin Tian. However, she didn't expect that Lin Tian would be able to fight Fan Jingye, who was at the early stage of the immortal realm. It was so shocking that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because of this, the immortal realm and the early stage of the immortal realm. The gap between the peak of the Emperor realm and the early stage of the immortal realm was the gap between the two realms. And the difference was the difference between heaven and earth. They were two completely. Was immortal. Is bang. The sky rumbled and the void trembled. It was like the sound of war, drums being beaten again and again. Fan Jingye's eyes were cold. He waved his palms again and again, and the sky was filled with murderous light that almost crushed the great Tao. However, he could not do anything to Lin Tian. Lin Tian perfectly blocked each of his palms. Very good. You're not bad. His voice was cold. Lin Tian waved his fist, and the golden fist light suppressed everything. You're nothing. Is this all you've got in the immortal realm? Do you think you're invincible with this little bit of strength? Do you think no one can stop you from harming innocent women and doing whatever you want? Or perhaps you think that with the Fan clan behind you, even if you are pitifully weak, even if others can crush you with a lift of their hand, they will not dare to attack you because of the Fan clan behind you? What a sharp-tongued thing. Fan Jingye's eyes were gloomy. He shook his right hand, and a majestic palm energy enveloped Lin Tian. At the same time, he formed a seal with his other hand. Immediately, dense runes appeared behind him. They interweaved with a destructive aura and pressed down on Lin Tian. With a sizzling sound, a large part of the void shattered. Chaotic light leaked out, but it was also crushed in an instant. Obviously, this was a very powerful killing technique. The Fan family's core grand theurgy, heart-devouring spiritual record. Those runes seemed to be condensed by Tao laws and displayed in the body. Once hit, everything will be destroyed. An immortal-level killing technique. Many cultivators in this place were shocked. They recognized this divine art. In their impression, this divine art of the Fan family was very terrifying. Once it was displayed, it could suppress almost everything. Boom! Under the suppression of the heart-devouring spiritual record, runes filled the sky and trapped Lin Tian. Die, Fan Jingye said coldly. The dense runes vibrated, and the power interweaved with each other became even more terrifying than before. Lin Tian could feel the power of this divine art. However, his expression did not change at all. He was still indifferent. Clang! He activated the Ling Tian sword scripture. The dense, golden divine swords immediately swung out and slashed at the runes in the sky. At the same time, he swung the Chaos Emperor fist again. The tip of his fist burst out with an even more dazzling golden light, and the power of his fist covered all directions. Roar! Roar! The true dragon roared, and the celestial phoenix cried. The true dragon and celestial phoenix surged out. Their power was even more terrifying than before. They attacked Fan Jingye from two different directions. Boom! The entire space was enveloped in unparalleled divine light. The void shattered, and the destructive aura interweaved in all directions. The Ling Tian sword radiance shattered the runes one after another. The true dragon and celestial phoenix attacked Fan Jingye directly. With a cracking sound, the void around Fan Jingye was shattered. Fan Jingye's eyes were cold. Immortal-level divine power surged and shattered the true dragon and celestial phoenix. He raised his hand and formed a long sword. Tao radiance interweaved on the sword, and he slashed at Lin Tian's head. The sharp power cut through everything around him. Lin Tian did not make any unnecessary movements. He swung the Chaos Emperor fist and met Fan Jingye's sword head-on. Clang! His fist landed on the sword formed by Fan Jingye's divine power. A metallic sound reverberated. Slash! Kill! Break! Shatter! Die! Fan Jingye shouted coldly. With a boom, the divine sword in his hand shook and formed a sword realm. It was full of killing swords, and they clanged loudly. These killing swords were extremely powerful. Tao radiance surrounded each sword. It was as if each killing sword could cut through everything. Obviously, this was also a divine art of the Fan family. It was even more powerful than the heart-devouring skill record. The densely packed killing swords sealed off the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He still swung the Chaos Emperor fist. This time, only a true dragon appeared. The dragon's body was thousands of feet long. It surrounded him and swung its tail. Boom! A shocking gust of wind swept out. The dragon's tail swung, shattering the killing swords one after another. Fan Jingye's mystique was instantly shattered. He blocked the immortal-level Fan Jingye with his emperor-level cultivation. What a monster! All of the cultivators in the area were trembling. Jiang Luoluo was also shocked. So powerful. Boom! In front of them, divine power surged. Lin Tian and Fan Jingye were fighting. Their fists and divine arts collided. They were evenly matched. Fan Jingye's gaze fell on Lin Tian. His eyes were cold like a vulture's. They were like two divine swords of slaughter. Do you really think you can block me an immortal level with your emperor-level cultivation? Don't be too arrogant, he yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, a furnace rushed out of his body. Blazing divine light intertwined inside the furnace. This is a divine soul treasure. Many cultivators were shocked. Fan Jingye took out the divine soul treasure furnace. The furnace was surrounded by blazing divine light. It was as if a wisp of it could destroy everything. Emperor-level cultivation against an immortal-level cultivator. You can only die, he said coldly. He activated the furnace of soul treasures with his immortal rank cultivation base, truly displaying the power of the soul treasure. Suddenly, endless divine light poured out from the mouth of the furnace. The destructive power was shocking, as if it was going to destroy everything. At the same time, he took out another powerful divine art. It covered all directions and suppressed Lin Tian. Instantly, the immortal-level divine art and the immortal-level soul treasure were destroyed. It took a long time for them to recover. Do you think you're the only one with a divine soul treasure? Lin Tian's voice was cold. With a clang, a short sword rushed out of his body. He had obtained it from an ancient tombstone. It was also a divine soul treasure. At this moment, he took it out and used it together with the towering heaven sword scripture. Just one sword slashed out endless sword light, shattering all directions. A divine soul sword. Many cultivators were shocked. Clang! Lin Tian activated the soul treasure rank short sword. Even though his cultivation base wasn't at the immortal realm, and he couldn't display the full power of the soul sword, it was still very terrifying. The unparalleled sword might shook the sky, and cracks appeared one after another. He stepped forward and activated the divine soul sword with the towering heaven sword scripture. He used it as an offensive weapon to slash at Fan Jingye's divine furnace technique. At the same time, with a buzzing sound, a divine diagram appeared behind him. At this moment, it directly supported the reincarnation diagram of the monarch region. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a divine and holy aura. It pressed down from the sky and suppressed Fan Jingye. With the appearance of this divine map, this space was immediately suppressed, and even the air was annihilated. Bang! Fan Jingye was injured. He was directly sent flying by the reincarnation diagram. Blood floated in the air. He injured Fan Jingye. With Dekong's cultivation level, he injured an immortal-level cultivator. The cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. He used the duality steps and rushed towards Fan Jingye, who was sent flying. Damn beast, I found you! At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 1402. Two figures rushed over from afar, condensing divine light hand seals and pressing down on Lin Tian at the same time. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Immortal! Immortal! Two immortal realm experts. Someone exclaimed. The two divine light hand seals intertwined, and a terrifying destructive aura fell from the sky, shattering a large part of the void. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He stopped moving toward Fan Jingye and waved his Chaos Emperor fist, intertwining a true dragon and celestial phoenix, to meet the two immortal realm hand seals. Boom! The true dragon and celestial phoenix collided with the two immortal realm hand seals, setting off a shocking storm of divine might that shattered everything. Spirit Temple of Titan, it's you again. Don't you want enough people to die? Lin Tianlong looked coldly at the two immortal realm experts who were rushing toward him. He sensed the same aura from the two immortal realm experts from Spirit Temple of Titan that he had killed earlier. He didn't even need to think to know that they were from Spirit Temple of Titan. The two immortal realm experts were indeed from Spirit Temple of Titan. They were the Great Elder and the Second Elder of this branch. Both of them were in the early stage of the immortal realm. They were looking at Lin Tian in shock. They had come to capture Lin Tian, and when they found Lin Tian, they immediately used divine hand seals to suppress him. However, Lin Tian blocked their divine hand seals completely. One should know that both of them were in the immortal realm, but Lin Tian blocked their attacks at the same time. They were shocked, but in the next moment their expressions turned cold again, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I'll make you wish you were dead." The two immortal realm experts were filled with murderous intent. They attacked Lin Tian again, and they even forgot about Fan Jingye, who was sent flying by Lin Tian's monarch's territory. Lin Tian faced the two coldly without dodging. His primal Chaos Emperor fist shook the heavens, shattering pieces of the void. Divine power surged around the bodies of Grand Elder Tai Ling and Second Elder. Immortal level Tao radiances trembled along with it. Then they gradually revealed even more astonished expressions. The two of them attacked Lin Tian together, and the divine power they unleashed was much stronger than before. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian as quickly as possible, but to their surprise, Lin Tian was still able to completely block their attacks. How is this possible? The two of them were shocked. Subsequently, both of them gritted their teeth and activated their divine power even more fiercely as they performed even more powerful divine abilities and secret techniques. For a time, the space trembled violently. The sky and the ground crumbled inch by inch as if the end of the world had arrived. The first elder and second elder of the spirit shrine. Why would they attack that person? Many people were shocked. Naturally, they knew that the first elder and second elder of the spirit shrine were also shocked at this moment. Only Jiang Luoluo knew what was going on. Lin Tian had killed the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Spirit Shrine, as well as several half-step immortal realm experts of the Spirit Shrine. Now, the Spirit Shrine was obviously even more furious. They had sent two immortal realm experts to suppress Lin Tian. This made Jiang Luoluo worried and anxious. After all, although Lin Tian was strong, to suddenly face two immortal realm experts of the Spirit Shrine while fighting against Fan Jingye, an immortal level expert, was really a bad situation. Very soon, Lin Tian, with his Emperor Realm cultivation base, would face three immortal level experts at the same time. An Emperor Realm cultivator facing three immortal level experts at the same time. No matter how heaven-defying or monstrous he was, it would be difficult for him to survive. Boom! Divine power surged, as if confirming her worries. In the distance, Fan Jingye, who had been sent flying, rushed back. His eyes were even more sinister and cruel than before. He didn't care about the two immortal realm experts of the Spirit Shrine at all, and directly attacked Lin Tian. "Lowly peasant," he said in a cold voice. He activated his soul weapon furnace, which exploded with divine light. At the same time, he used his killing technique to suppress Lin Tian. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surrounding space was instantly annihilated, and the destructive waves spread toward Lin Tian. "Fellow Taoist from the Fan Clan! Fellow Taoist from the Fan Clan, it's an honor to stand side by side with you. Let's quickly suppress this bastard." The two immortal realm experts of the Spirit Shrine naturally knew about Fan Jingye. As they attacked Lin Tian, they spoke politely to Fan Jingye. After all, Fan Jingye was from the Fan Clan of the Primordial Era, which was much stronger than their bloodline. Although their cultivation base was not the slightest bit lower than Fan Jingye's, they subconsciously respected him. Fan Jingye didn't say anything. He just stared cruelly at Lin Tian. All kinds of divine abilities and killing techniques pressed down on him. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. It was very sinister. The two immortal realm experts of the Spirit Shrine didn't say anything in response to Fan Jingye's arrogance. They knew that Fan Jingye had the right to be arrogant to them, so they didn't say anything. They attacked together with Fan Jingye, using divine abilities and great techniques. Suddenly, rumbling sounds could be heard. 3 waves of immortal realm divine power surged like a galaxy, pressing down on Lin Tian with great momentum. The killing intent was terrifying to the extreme. 3 immortal level experts attacking a peak Emperor realm cultivator together. This. All the cultivators in the area paled. Boom! 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 In the battlefield, divine might surged as the two elders of the divine temple of Titan and Fan Jingya attacked Lin Tian at the same time. Divine abilities and grand arts were launched one after another. Strands of grand Tao principles intertwined, shattering the void again and again. It was a terrifying scene. Golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. It was indeed very difficult for him to fight against three immortal-level experts with his peak Emperor Realm cultivation base. He was forced to retreat in the void. However, even so, his expression didn't change at all. He was as cold as ever, not showing the slightest hint of fear or apprehension. He used divining divine technique and high heaven sword manual at the same time. Moreover, the soul treasure grade, short, sword shone brightly. Sharp sword might slashed out one after another, slashing out in all directions. He's barely able to stop three immortal-level experts with his peak Emperor Realm cultivation base. This is. Many cultivators were shocked. At this time, Lin Tian was facing three immortal-level experts at the same time. Although he was forced to retreat step by step and was at a disadvantage, he wasn't in a dangerous situation. The divine abilities of Fan Jingya and the other two were all blocked. Too strong. This is simply a monster. Many people trembled. They were all shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess. A peak Emperor Realm cultivator could actually fight three immortal-level experts at the same time for a short period of time. How monstrous was this? Boom! 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 Divine power surged, shattering the large space. The Great Elder, Second Elder, and Fan Jingya surrounded Lin Tian in a triangular formation. Although Lin Tian was more or less at a disadvantage, it was difficult for them to completely suppress Lin Tian in a short period of time. Their expressions became colder and more sinister. Soul Treasure, the Great Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan, said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a broadsword flew out from the top of his head with a boom. The divine power of a Soul Treasure grade immediately intertwined. At the same time, the Second Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan took out an ancient seal. As soon as it appeared, the power of a soul treasure spread out. Kill, Fan Jingya said coldly. He activated the Soul Treasure Grade Furnace and combined it with a great ability to suppress Lin Tian. The Great Tao Law manifested together. The Great Elder and Second Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan attacked together. The Soul Treasure Grade Broadsword and Ancient Seal pressed down on Lin Tian together. In an instant, the three immortal-level experts controlled the three soul treasures to attack together. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The scene was terrifying. This, he can't block it. No matter how strong a monstrous genius is, he can't block this kind of attack with his Emperor Realm cultivation. It's over. Many cultivators sighed. They could see that Lin Tian was very strong and monstrous. However, no matter how strong and monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to fight three immortal-level experts with soul treasure-grade weapons at the same time with his Emperor Realm cultivation. Jian Luoluo was even more anxious. However, no matter how anxious and worried she was, there was nothing she could do. Because her cultivation was there was nothing she could do to help Lin Tian at all. What should we do? What should we do? She was so anxious that she was going in circles. The old fire-winged bird also had a worried look in its eyes. It wanted to help Lin Tian, but it was as helpless as Jiang Luoluo. After all, even though it was very powerful, comparable to a half-step immortal expert, it was as weak as a speck of dust before an immortal expert. Boom! In front of him, divine light surged, and large expanses of the void were crushed. Let's see how long you can last. I've already said that death is your only ending. Fan Jingya held the soul weapon furnace and suppressed Lin Tian, his aura surging. The two from the divine temple of Tailing also attacked mercilessly, their divine power surging. Brother Fan, please don't kill him yet. This bastard killed the grandson of our clan's grand elder. We can't let him die so easily. Brother Fan, please spare his dog life for now. Let us take him away and let him taste the most severe punishment in the world. Grand Elder Tai Ling said. Fan Jingye used the soul weapon furnace to kill Lin Tian. When he heard the Grand Elder's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. I heard that your divine Temple of Tailing still has many methods used in the desolate era to punish cultivators. Not bad, I'll leave them to you. However, I want to personally go to your divine Temple of Tailing to see him howling in pain. Of course, it's an honor for Brother Fan to come to my divine Temple of Tailing as a guest, Grand Elder Tai Ling said. Then he and the second elder attacked even more fiercely, their divine might shaking the air. 3 immortal experts and 3 sex soul treasures combined. Divine might swept out like a tidal wave, suppressing the surroundings. Facing this kind of attack, Lin Tian was extremely strong, far stronger than his peers, but he still felt the threat of death. After all, his cultivation level was far lower than the 3 of them, adding on the fact that the 3 of them were holding up their spirit treasures at the same time. With his own fighting strength, it was naturally impossible for him to resist. Even though he was a reincarnated body, he was still somewhat powerless. He retreated step by step in the void, narrowly escaping death. There were a few times when he was almost hit by the 3 spirit treasures. He was in a very sorry state. But even so, his expression didn't change at all. He was still indifferent and abnormally calm. Then, in the next moment, a golden light flickered around his body, and the soul treasure-grade short sword that resisted the 3 flew back into his body. Why? Why did he keep the soul treasure in his body at this time? That's right, this. Is he going to give up? Chapter 1403. Facing the encirclement of 3 immortal rank experts with soul treasures, Lin Tian actually put away his soul treasure. This caused all the cultivators here to be very surprised. Even the old firing bird and Jiang Luoluo were puzzled. You've given up on your futile resistance and are ready to die. Fan Jingye sneered. We won't kill you easily. Our spirit temple has many methods of torture, all of which are created for powerful cultivators. We'll let you taste them one by one. Spirit Temple's Grand Elder said coldly. Spirit Temple's second elder didn't say anything. His eyes were gloomy as he controlled the soul treasure-level ancient seal. Together with Spirit Temple's Grand Elder and Fan Jingye, he bombarded Lin Tian with endless divine light. In an instant, the 3 immortal rank experts controlled the soul treasures of the 3 sections. Their power was terrifying and intimidating. The surging killing light enveloped Lin Tian like a monstrous wave. It's over, it's really over. After this attack, he'll be suppressed. Many cultivators shook their heads. No matter how powerful a peak Emperor Realm cultivator was, it was impossible for him to block such an attack. Jiang Luoluo was so anxious that she lost her composure. Her beautiful face turned pale. In the next moment, the unparalleled divine wave instantly fell in front of Lin Tian. I'll wait to see you scream miserably. Fan Jingye sneered. Lin Tian looked at him. You think too much. Facing the unparalleled divine wave, his expression didn't change at all. Golden divine light intertwined on the surface of his body, and a stone book flew out from his body. It was densely intertwined with ancient runes and Dao seals. The moment it appeared, it emitted a dazzling divine light. Chi! The divine wave that was pressing down emitted a crisp sound and was instantly shattered. Impossible! The sneer on Fan Jingye's face froze, and he was shocked. How can this be? Spirit Temple's Grand Elder and Second Elder's expressions also changed. At the same time, the other cultivators' expressions also changed. 3 immortal rank experts activated their soul treasures at the same time to launch a powerful attack, but Lin Tian shattered it in an instant. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian, and then on the stone book floating above Lin Tian's head. On the stone book, densely packed runes interweaved with each other. Wisps of mysterious Taoist seals circled around Lin Tian. Wisps of strange divine light fell from the top of Lin Tian's head, firmly protecting Lin Tian within. A peerless pressure interweaved around the book. Eternal weapon. Someone couldn't help but cry out. Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, their gazes landed on the stone book. Quite a few people were shocked. An eternal weapon was a treasure weapon that far surpassed a soul treasure. Its power was boundless, and it was invincible under the true immortal weapon. This guy actually controls a precious weapon of this level. Jian Luolua was shocked. The worry on her face disappeared. Above Lin Tian's head, the stone book interweaved with divine light. It was an ancient treasure that was once under Mount Tai. He took it back from the Western cultivation world when he returned to Earth. It was a peak-level eternal weapon that had helped him withstand an emperor-level heavenly tribulation. At this time, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread out, enveloping the space within a radius of several 100,000 feet in an oppressive pressure. You actually have a precious weapon of this level. Grand Elder Spirit Temple gritted his teeth. Damn it. Second Elder Spirit Temple's expression also turned ugly. Spirit Temple had existed for countless years and was a second-level force in Zi Yen Starfield. However, the most powerful divine weapon they had was only a middle-grade eternal weapon. However, Lin Tian actually controlled a peak-level eternal weapon, which shocked and horrified them. Even Fan Jingya of the Fan family didn't look too good at this time. The Fan family looked down on this starfield. As the immortal realm expert of this family and the younger brother of the Fan family patriarch, his strongest precious weapon was only a peak-level soul treasure. However, Lin Tian, an emperor-level cultivator who didn't seem to have a strong background, had a peak-level eternal weapon. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable and unbalanced. Buzz. Divine light intertwined and the void shook. With the stone book above his head and divine light surrounding his body, Lin Tian looked at Fan Jingye and the other two and closed in on them. You guys had fun besieging me just now. Now it's my turn, he said. His combat strength wasn't enough to deal with 3 immortal realm experts who controlled soul treasures at the same time. However, it was different with an eternal weapon. With the support of a peak-level eternal weapon, he was confident that he could defeat the 3 of them. He stepped forward, leaving behind afterimages with each step. The stone book above his head bloomed with divine light and turned into a ripple that spread toward the 3 of them. Don't think that you can defeat us just because you have an eternal weapon. Great Elder Tai Ling shouted. Kill! Second Elder Tai Ling gritted his teeth. The 2 of them activated their respective soul treasures even stronger. Divine light shone brightly, and they once again used their powerful divine ability, killing technique. At the same time, Fan Jingye also attacked. His soul furnace trembled, pouring out endless flames that pressed down on Lin Tian. The 3 of them joined forces to attack, and their power was even stronger than before. This large space shook uncontrollably, as if it was about to collapse and disintegrate in the next moment. However, when this terrifying divine power met the divine light ripples released by Lin Tian's eternal weapon stone book, it was like ice meeting fire. In an instant, there was a soft sizzling sound, and it was shattered in just a breath's time. The 3 of them were shocked again. The powerful attacks they had launched with their soul treasures were crushed so easily. Lin Tian stepped forward and arrived in front of the 3 of them. The stone book bloomed with divine light, and wisps of it surged and gathered at the tip of his fist. In the next moment, he raised his hand and swung out the Chaos Emperor fist. A vast fist power shook out on the spot, shaking the sky and splitting the earth. Bang! 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 Fan Jingye and the other 2 were sent flying at the same time. Each of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and cracks instantly appeared on their bodies. This scene caused the hearts of all the cultivators in this place to palpitate. 3 immortal experts were instantly injured at the same time. is that the power of a peak eternal weapon? It actually has such terrifying power in the hands of an Emperor Realm cultivator. That's not accurate. That's not an ordinary Emperor Realm expert. Yes, although his cultivation is at the peak of the Emperor Realm, his combat strength is definitely not inferior to an early-stage immortal expert. Many cultivators said. The old firewing bird watched from the side, protecting the 3 chirping chicks. His eyes were filled with surprise. Beat them up, Jiang Luoluo shouted. Just now, she thought that Lin Tian was in danger and was extremely worried. But now she was completely relieved. Seeing Lin Tian injuring Fan Jingye and the other 2, she was naturally very excited. After Lin Tian controlled the stone book and sent Fan Jingye and the other 2 flying, he did not stop at all. The stone book glowed and pressed forward. With a rumbling sound, the great void trembled. An oppressive aura immediately interweaved in every corner of the surroundings. Fan Jingye and the other 2 turned pale with fright and hurriedly raised their soul treasures to meet it. However, in the face of a peak eternal weapon, their soul treasures were not enough. In the blink of an eye, they were all sent flying. Lin Tian circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and activated the stone book. Another divine light was produced, and it still rippled like water. The divine light that rippled like water directly landed on the 3 of them at a close distance, as if the light of the Milky Way was pressing down. In an instant, 3 puffing sounds were heard. The 3 immortal experts were shattered into pieces at the same time. Blood splattered in the void like rain. Damn it! The 3 of them released soul voices. Their shattered flesh and blood wriggled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they reassembled and glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian had nothing to say. He attacked again. The stone book shook, releasing a dazzling divine light, and pressed forward again. With a rumbling sound, a destructive aura came down majestically. Great Elder Tai Ling and the other 2 all felt a chill down their backs. They each retreated with mysterious steps at an extremely fast speed. However, even so, they still could not completely avoid this killing power. They were brushed by the stone book's powerful force, causing the 3 of them to cough up blood and fly away. Boom! The 3 of them roared. Divine power surged, and in the blink of an eye, they stabilized their bodies and healed their injuries. Kill! The 3 of them roared and used all their strength. Their soul treasures shook, and their divine abilities and secret techniques were also used together. They were all very powerful. However, at this moment, Lin Tian, who was holding an eternal weapon, was too strong. The stone book shook, and divine light filled the sky, instantly sending the 3 soul treasures flying again. Moreover, after that the stone book shook again. The ancient divine seals on it seemed to have come to life. They interweaved with dense killing light and landed on the 3 of them again, causing them to shatter again. This is simply terrifying. In this place, the group of cultivators trembled. So powerful. Jiang Luoluo's beautiful eyes lit up. The void rumbled, and 3 waves of divine power surged. In the distance, Fan Jingye and the other 2 once again reassembled their bodies. The 3 of them gritted their teeth, and their faces were very ugly. Then, in the next moment, they retreated. They could see that at this moment, Lin Tian, who was holding a peak eternal weapon, was not a match for the 3 of them even if they worked together. Don't even think about leaving. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. As long as he could kill them, he would not let them go. He took a step forward, and with a boom, the stone book shook. The ancient divine seals on it shone brightly, completely sealing off the space in all directions, forcibly cutting off Fan Jingye and the other 2. Then he activated the Heaven Domination sword scripture and used it through the stone book. Dense sword light interweaved, and each of them was incomparably fierce, slashing horizontally at the 3 of them. You! Puff! 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 Blood splattered, and the 3 immortal-level powerhouses were once again shattered. Ah! The 3 of them roared angrily. 3 different kinds of divine power surged, and their soul power surged. In the blink of an eye, they reassembled their bodies. However, basically as soon as they recondensed their bodies, Lin Tian's attacks arrived once again. Streaks of light from the soaring heavens descended once again. It was like a rain of swords, enveloping them at the same time and forcefully shattering them once again. Damn it! The 3 of them were shocked and angry. Their divine souls wrapped around their broken flesh and retreated, quickly reassembling in the distance. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He stared at the second elder of the Temple of Titan, took a step forward, and instantly approached him. The second elder of the Temple of Titan had only reassembled half of his body at this time. Seeing Lin Tian approaching him, his expression changed. "You, Dai." Lin Tian's voice was cold. He activated the stone book with all his strength, using the peak eternal weapon to suppress him. In just an instant, a destructive force enveloped the second elder of the Temple of Titan. The second elder of the Temple of Titan was shocked and terrified. He desperately supported one great divine power after another to resist. However, it was useless. The pinnacle eternal weapon pressed down. With Lin Tian's current cultivation base, he pushed it to the limit. Although he was still far from being able to display the divine might of the pinnacle eternal weapon, its might was terrifying enough. It directly shattered all the divine abilities that second Elder Tailing used. It was as if a starry sky was pressing down. No. Stop. Puff. Chapter 1404. Blood floated in the air. Both the body and soul of the second elder of Great Spirit Divine Palace had been destroyed. Everyone trembled in fear. An Immortal Realm expert was killed just like that. Damn it. Bastard. Great Elder Great Spirit Divine Palace reassembled his body. He was furious. Apart from the grandson of the Great Elder and the 7 half-step Immortal Realm experts, their Great Spirit Divine Palace had lost an Immortal Realm expert. An Immortal Realm expert. Including the Great Elder who was at the peak of the Immortal Realm, their Great Spirit Divine Palace only had 4 Immortal Realm experts. However, one of them had died just like that. At the same time, Fan Jingye also reassembled his body. His eyes flickered with a sinister light as he stared at Lin Tian like a ghost. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Without saying anything, he took a step forward. The stone book shook violently and shone brightly in all directions. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard as the void distorted and collapsed. Spatial turbulence was rampant. He used the high heaven sword scripture with the eternal stone book to envelop the 2 of them. Golden sword rays sealed off the surroundings. These sword rays were sharp. Each of them could easily kill an Emperor Space Realm expert. At this moment, they pressed down mightily and directly shattered the void. Great Elder, Great Spirit, Divine Palace, and Fan Jingye were furious but also fearful. They did not dare to be careless as they faced the sword rays unleashed by Lin Tian's peak eternal stone book. They activated their respective soul treasures and activated their divine abilities to resist. Bang! Bang! The golden sword rays destroyed everything in the blink of an eye. The 2 of them were sent flying. They both coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian stepped forward. With a move of his divine sense, more sword rays shot out from the stone book and pressed down on the 2 of them. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the soul treasure ancient seal of second Elder Tailing that had already been beheaded into his hand. He raised his hand and erased the divine sense brand left behind by second Elder Tailing on it before storing it into his body. Clang! 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 The towering sword light hummed, suppressing everything and shattering the space in all directions. Grand Elder Tailing and Fan Jingye were strong. They pushed their soul treasures to their limits, unleashing over 10 types of great Daos, but they were still no match. Their soul treasures were blasted away, their bodies were slashed into pieces, blood splattered everywhere. Too strong. With a peak-grade eternal weapon, early-stage Immortal Realm experts can't stop him. Only a middle Immortal Realm expert can fight against him with the eternal weapon. The hearts of many cultivators palpitated. Godly might surged in all directions. There used to be many mountains in the area, but almost all of them collapsed. They couldn't withstand the battle between Lin Tian, Fan Jingye, and the Grand Elder of the Spirit Titan Temple. Bang! Bang! Once again, Fan Jingye and the Grand Elder of the Spirit Titan Temple were blasted away. They coughed out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies covered in cracks. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward, his godly power surging. For the second time, he pushed the stone book to its limit, causing it to erupt with the strongest godly might. It was like a starry sky, pressing down on the Grand Elder of the Spirit Titan Temple and Fan Jingye at the same time. This was the strongest attack he could muster with the stone book. Its power was terrifying. Whoosh! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. Not far away, a furnace flew over. It was Fan Jingye's soul treasure. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Tian. Then, in a flash, the soul furnace lit up, its aura became chaotic, and it turned into a furnace in an instant. The destructive aura gushed out and shrouded Lin Tian. This is a peak-grade soul treasure, self-destruction. Everyone was shocked. The self-destruction of a peak-grade soul treasure was terrifying. It was enough to threaten a middle Immortal Realm expert. Lin Tian was even more shocked. He didn't expect Fan Jingye to self-destruct his peak-grade soul treasure at this moment. Moreover, he did it so secretly that he didn't notice it at all. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to, and he couldn't recall the stone book in time. Do you think you can win by relying on a peak-grade eternal weapon? Naive. Combat power is very important in a battle, but combat experience is even more important. Although your combat power is not weak, your combat experience is far from enough. Fan Jingye's eyes were gloomy as he said cruelly, "Now just die obediently. This seat will accept this stone book of yours." He secretly used a secret technique to hide the self-destruction of his soul treasure, and at the last moment he sent the self-destruction soul treasure near Lin Tian. When the destructive aura shrouded Lin Tian's control of the stone book was directly affected, and he couldn't effectively kill him and Great Elder Tai Ling. At the same time, because the self-destruction soul treasure was in front of Lin Tian couldn't dodge it, nor could he recall the stone book to protect himself. He had to bear the terrifying destructive power of the peak-grade soul treasure's self-destruction. Even a middle Immortal Realm expert couldn't withstand such power. Although Lin Tian was strong, under such destructive power, he didn't think Lin Tian could survive. There was no doubt that he would die. If Lin Tian died, the peak-grade eternal weapon stone book would belong to him. It was equivalent to exchanging a peak-grade soul treasure for a peak-grade eternal weapon. He felt it was a good deal. As for his promise to Great Elder Tai Ling that he wouldn't kill Lin Tian for the time being, and that he would hand Lin Tian over to Tai Ling Temple to be executed, of course, he didn't care anymore. Die. He sneered, and his eyes were vicious. The peak-grade soul treasure furnace exploded completely. With a loud boom, the heaven and earth trembled. The sky cracked, and tornadoes swept across the land. Dozens of mountains were shattered. Lin Tian's aura disappeared without a trace in a flash. For a moment, all the cultivators paled, and many of them trembled. Lin Tian. Jiang Luolua's face paled, and she couldn't help but cry out. If she wasn't bound by the old firewing bird's demonic light, she would have rushed to the battlefield. Her face turned pale in an instant. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge crater on the surface of the battlefield. The bottom could not be seen. The terrain of this place had changed, and it was extremely shocking. The void was covered by thick smoke and dust, blocking all vision. Dead. Great Elder Tai Ling looked ahead. The place was shrouded in sand and smoke. He couldn't see anything with his pure vision. Only Lin Tian's aura had completely disappeared from his senses. I used a special secret technique of my fan family to self-destruct my peak-grade soul treasure and self-destruct in front of him at close range. How can I let him live? Fan Jingye sneered. He also sensed that Lin Tian's aura had disappeared. At this time, he tilted his head and looked at the stone book floating in the air. Wisps of light emerged in his eyes, and he directly raised his hand to grab the stone book. A peak-grade eternal weapon. I'll take it. A pinnacle eternal weapon was extremely valuable. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A sword light slashed out from the void, shrouded in smoke and sand, directly cutting open the space. With a puff, Fan Jingye's arm that was reaching for the stone book was directly cut off, and then it exploded in the void. Instantly, the crowd's expression changed again. They all tilted their heads and looked in the direction of the sword light. That was where Fan Jingye's soul treasure self-destructed, and also where Lin Tian stood just now. The dust and dirt that covered the sky dispersed in the blink of an eye. A violet-colored pagoda floated in midair, and it enveloped Lin Tian's entire body within it. Moreover, strands of shocking violet divine light coiled around it, and it emanated a primitive feeling. He's not dead. He's unharmed. The crowd of cultivators all turned pale. Then, in the next moment, these cultivators looked at the pagoda that protected Lin Tian and the wisps of purple divine light lingering around the pagoda, emitting a primitive aura. Their expressions changed drastically again, and many people couldn't help but tremble. That's primordial Mother Qi. It's primordial Mother Qi, and it's very pure. It's like the legendary primordial heavenly crystal. Primordial heavenly crystal. The legendary ultimate holy artifact used to forge weapons. He found the primordial heavenly crystal. He forged a primordial divine pagoda with it. All the cultivators were shocked. A weapon forged from a holy artifact like the primordial heavenly crystal could evolve continuously and was extremely difficult to destroy. It was definitely the prototype of a supreme emperor divine weapon. Such an ultimate treasure. Even the legendary god-ranked experts would be envious if they saw it. Jiang Luoluo's worry turned into joy when she saw that Lin Tian was unharmed. At this moment, she was also shocked. This guy actually has such a legendary, ultimate, holy artifact. His aura disappeared just now because the divine pagoda forged from the primordial heavenly crystal protected him. And at the same time his aura was blocked by the primordial Mother Qi outside the divine pagoda? Jiang Luoluo stared ahead in shock. At the same time, Fan Jingye and the Grand Elder of Spirit Temple trembled violently, and their expressions changed again. You actually... Fan Jingye regenerated the arm that Lin Tian had chopped off. He stared at the pagoda that protected Lin Tian with shock and anger. At the same time, his eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. He had never thought that Lin Tian not only had a pinnacle eternal divine weapon, but also a pagoda forged from the legendary ultimate holy artifact, the primordial heavenly crystal. The value of the pagoda far exceeded that of a pinnacle eternal divine weapon. Lin Tian looked at Fan Jingye indifferently. Fan Jingye had used a special method to self-detonate his soul treasure, and Lin Tian didn't have time to dodge or summon the stone book to protect himself. The destructive power was truly terrifying. He couldn't withstand it, and ordinary soul treasures wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Therefore, he had summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and kept himself inside. The pagoda was forged from the primordial heavenly crystal, and its sturdiness was astonishing. Lin Tian was confident that it could withstand the self-destruction of a pinnacle soul treasure. In fact, the outcome was just as he had expected. The immortal Emperor Pagoda had perfectly blocked the self-destruction of Fan Jingye's soul treasure, leaving him completely unharmed. In terms of combat strength, you're nothing. In terms of combat experience, you're nothing. He looked at Fan Jingye coldly. In the next moment, he stepped forward and activated the immortal Emperor Pagoda to suppress Fan Jingye. With a boom, purple primordial origin chi surged outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda and enveloped Fan Jingye. The powerful force instantly sealed the space around Fan Jingye. Fan Jingye's eyes were filled with horror. He hurriedly pushed his divine power to the limit, supporting the Fan family's dozens of super mystiques. He summoned all of his great Tao laws to meet Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian snorted. With a thought, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's aura grew stronger. The purple primordial origin qi roiled like a vast ocean. Immediately, Fan Jingye's Tao laws of divine ability were all crushed with a qi sound. The immortal Emperor Pagoda's momentum didn't decrease. In fact, its aura grew even stronger as it continued to press down on Fan Jingye. Fan Jingye's face fell. He felt as if the entire world was crushing down on him. No. Stop. Stop. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his expression didn't change. He only said one word. Die. With that, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's divine light shone again. In the next moment, it pressed down on Fan Jingye. Ah! Fan Jingye screamed. In an instant, his physical body exploded, and his soul was destroyed along with it. Chapter 1405. Blinding blood floated in the air. Fan Jingye was crushed by the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and his spirit was destroyed as well. Everyone was shocked. So strong. That's a divine pagoda, made of primordial, heavenly crystals. It's only at the level of an ancestral artifact, but it's already so scary. Many people trembled. An early-stage immortal realm expert was crushed to death by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. That kind of power was truly terrifying. However, in the next moment, they trembled again as they thought of something else. Fan Jingye was killed. Fan Jingye. That's the younger brother of the Fan family leader. He was killed just like that. Someone trembled. The primeval Fan family was a superpower that had existed since the Desolate Era. They had looked down on this world for who knew how long. They were at the top of the pyramid in this world, and they had left behind a true immortal artifact to protect their family. But now, an important member of the Fan family, the younger brother of the Fan family leader, had been killed. This was a huge matter. It was obvious that the Fan clan leader would be enraged. The Fan clan would be enraged. The wrath of the Fan family would be terrifying to the extreme. The cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Even the immortal Grand Elder of the Titan Spiritual Shrine was shocked. Although Lin Tian had already killed Fan Jingye, he still couldn't help but tremble when Lin Tian really killed Fan Jingye. You're too bold. How dare you kill the younger brother of the Fan family leader? You've committed a terrible crime, he said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian looked at him coldly. You'd better worry about yourself. He looked at him, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the stone book flew back to him at the same time. Then he strode toward him. Grand Elder Titan Spiritual shuddered as Lin Tian walked toward him, and a chill ran down his spine. It was also at this time that Lin Tian took a step forward and pressed down with the immortal Emperor Pagoda without any unnecessary movements. Grand Elder Tai Ling felt his scalp go numb. Unable to dodge, he raised his soul treasure and charged towards the immortal Emperor Pagoda. His spirit treasure was a broadsword, and the blade was densely intertwined with array patterns and Tao patterns. At this moment, it erupted with a divine light that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the broadsword and the immortal Emperor Pagoda collided. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a crack appeared on the broadsword. It was sent flying several thousand feet away by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then the immortal Emperor Pagoda continued to press down on Grand Elder Tai Ling, crushing him to pieces. Only his spirit was barely preserved. With a look of horror on his face, he fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. However, how could Lin Tian let him go? The immortal Emperor Pagoda shook, and a vigorous energy surged out of the pagoda. It was mixed with a powerful suction force, and it forcibly suppressed his soul into the pagoda. "Let me out! Let me out!" A terrified roar rang out from within the Emperor's pagoda. "Stop dreaming." Lin Tiandao, with a thought, purple divine light surged outside the Emperor's pagoda, shattering Grand Elder Tailing's spirit. In an instant, the place fell silent. All dead, someone's voice trembled. 3 immortal rank experts had all been killed by Lin Tian here. Moreover, one of them was an important figure from the Fan family, the younger brother of the patriarch of the Fan family. Even the old fire-winged bird and Jiang Luoluo were shocked. At this moment, their eyes flashed violently. It had only been a short while, but the 3 immortal rank experts had all been killed. In the void ahead, Lin Tian looked into the distance. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a broadsword covered in Dao patterns and array patterns. This broadsword was the spirit treasure of Grand Elder Tailing Shrine. It had been cracked and sent flying by the immortal Emperor Pagoda, but it hadn't been destroyed. It was just a little damaged, and it wasn't difficult to repair it to its original state. He used his divine power to erase Grand Elder Tailing's imprint on the broadsword, then stored it in his body. At the same time, he put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the stone book. With a step, he appeared in front of Jiang Luoluo. "Amazing! So amazing!" Jiang Luoluo's big eyes flashed, and then she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Also, sorry for the trouble." Naturally, she was referring to Fan Jingye. After all, Fan Jingye had set his sights on her from the very beginning, and Lin Tian had fought Fan Jingye for her sake. In the end, Lin Tian had killed Fan Jingye. By killing Fan Jingye, Lin Tian had provoked the primeval Fan family of this world. This was no small matter. Lin Tianyi smiled and knocked her on the head. "What are you being so polite for? Even if it was a girl we didn't know, I would still help her." What he said was the truth. In his opinion, those who casually harmed the chastity of innocent women were scum who had committed the most heinous crimes. When encountering such a situation, as long as he had the ability, even if the victim was a complete stranger, he would definitely take action. This was his principle as a person. "I told you I have good eyesight, and I know how to judge people. You're a good person." Jiang Luoluo giggled. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. He tilted his head and looked at the densely packed ancient runes on the stone wall. After a moment of hesitation, he used his golden divine light to erase all of the ancient runes on the wall. The power of thunder and lightning intertwined within these ancient runes, and they contained astonishing power. They were very extraordinary, but ordinary people couldn't seem to comprehend them. Even the slightest attempt to comprehend them would lead to disaster. Many people had already died trying to comprehend these ancient runes. He destroyed them to prevent more people from dying trying to comprehend these ancient runes. They should be destroyed. "These are not good things," Jiang Luoluo mumbled. Jiang Luoluo mumbled. Previously, she had almost died trying to comprehend these ancient runes. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He looked at the old fire-winged bird and bid him a simple farewell. The old fire-winged bird nodded and replied with his divine sense, "Take care. Also, thank you for healing me before. Don't worry about it." Lin Tiandao. He said a few more words to the old fire-winged bird, then left with Jiang Luoluo toward the center of the ancient immortal divine garden. The cultivators here watched Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo leave. Many of them trembled as they looked at Lin Tian's back. "But what a scary man," someone said to himself in a trembling voice. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo and quickly left the place where the battle had taken place. Strands of light intertwined in his eyes, and the ancient runes on the stone wall from before kept appearing in his mind. "Are you thinking about the ancient runes on the stone wall?" Did you get anything? Jiang Luoluo was very smart and could tell what Lin Tian was thinking. Chapter 1406. Hearing Jiang Luoluo's question, Lin Tiandao said, I don't have any specific gains, but I'm sure of one thing. This ancient immortal divine garden does indeed have the legendary peerless lightning technique. The ancient runes on the stone wall did not contain any cultivation methods, so he could not rely on them to cultivate. After comprehending them, he did not obtain any substantial benefits. However, based on these ancient markings that contain the terrifying energy of lightning, he was able to confirm that there was indeed a peerless lightning technique within this divine garden, and the ancient markings he saw earlier were left behind by the existence that created the peerless lightning technique all those years ago. Why do you say that? How did you come to this conclusion? Jiang Luoluo was curious. Lin Tian looked at her and became even more curious. Didn't you try to comprehend those ancient runes before? Although you failed and could not comprehend them, you should have at least felt the power of lightning that interweaved within those ancient runes, right? With those ancient runes that contained the terrifying power of lightning, it was enough to confirm that there was indeed a peerless lightning technique in this divine garden, right? The power of lightning that was like a heavenly tribulation? I didn't feel it. Jiang Luoluo stared. Lin Tian was moved. Jiang Luoluo did not feel the power of lightning within those ancient runes. You really didn't feel it? Why would I lie to you? Jiang Luoluo said. When I was comprehending it, only my soul and life source were severely rejected and then suffered serious injuries. But I really did not feel any power of lightning within those ancient runes. Lin Tian Wei frowned slightly. It seemed that Jiang Luoluo really did not feel the power of lightning within them. Then, what about the others? Did they not feel the power of lightning that was like a heavenly tribulation within those ancient runes? He thought about it. According to the situation at that time, those who had studied the ancient runes on the stone wall were really like Jiang Luoluo. Not only were they unable to comprehend them, they also did not feel the power of lightning within them. That was because not all of the people who had comprehended those ancient runes had died. There was still a portion of them who were still alive. If they had truly sensed the powerful lightning contained within those ancient runes, they should have immediately connected with the legendary, invincible lightning technique. After that, some of them would have revealed some clues. However, such a situation did not occur at that time. He still remembered the expressions of those people. It seemed that they were only horrified because they had been injured while observing the ancient runes. As he thought about this, he was slightly dazed. Hey, Jiang Luoluo patted him on the back. Does it really contain the power of lightning like the heavenly tribulation? She was curious about what Lin Tian had mentioned. After all, it had something to do with the legendary thunder technique. Regarding the legend of the thunder technique, she had heard countless times during this period of time, and the content of everyone's discussion was the same. It was an extremely terrifying divine technique. There really is. Lin Tiandao told Jiang Luoluo about how Lin Tian had comprehended the ancient runes. Immediately, Jiang Luoluo was even more shocked. According to what you said, those ancient runes were indeed left behind by the existence who had created the thunder technique. There is indeed such an invincible divine technique on this broken island. Jiang Luoluo was shocked. Then, she looked at Lin Tian and her surprise grew. However, why is it that you are the only one who can comprehend those ancient runes? It seems that you are the only one who can sense the power of lightning contained within those runes. Isn't that too strange? Lin Tian shook his head. He was also puzzled and did not understand at all. However, he did not think too much about it. He led Jiang Luoluo to the center of the ancient, immortal divine garden. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. The two of them had walked through many places. Did you find it? During the process of heading to the center of the divine garden, Lin Tian had been spreading out his divine sense to search for places where the thunder technique might exist. At this time, Jiang Luoluo opened her mouth and asked Lin Tiandao. During this process, she had also helped, but she did not obtain anything. No. Lin Tian shook his head. He shrouded the surroundings with his divine sense and continued to lead Jiang Luoluo forward. At this time, many places in the ancient immortal divine garden were filled with shocked discussions. This was because the news that Lin Tian, with his Emperor Realm cultivation, had killed the two immortal realm elders of the divine temple of Titan and Fanjingya of the Fan clan had spread. It shocked countless cultivators who had come to the divine garden. What shocked these cultivators the most was that Lin Tian had a terrifying pagoda that was forged from the primordial heavenly crystal. That person actually found the legendary ultimate divine artifact for forging weapons, and it was forged into a divine pagoda. The primordial heavenly crystal was a weapon forged from the legendary ultimate divine artifact. Its value was too great. It was the prototype of a supreme emperor divine weapon. Even the legendary gods would not be able to remain calm when they saw it. Now, on this island, there is a perfect prototype of an emperor divine weapon. Many people's hearts trembled. Moreover, some of the powerful cultivators who had come to the divine garden were eager to make a move. They all had other intentions. At the same time, the news that Lin Tian had killed the three immortal realm experts and possessed a divine pagoda made from the primordial heavenly crystal spread from the divine garden at an extremely fast speed. It shocked many cultivators in this world. The Fan clan of the ancients, the Fan clan had been passed down since the antiquity era. Like many other great forces, it was located in a group of celestial mountains. There were many towering palaces, all of which were dazzling in gold and jade. There were also many treasure islands floating in the void. What? A furious roar came from the center of the Fan clan. The patriarch of the Fan clan had received a report that his own younger brother had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by a young Emperor Realm independent cultivator. Damn it! The man roared. He was at the peak of the immortal realm. Today, he personally took action. He walked out of the main Fan clan and rushed to the ancient immortal divine garden. Moreover, several other middle-stage immortal realm elders of the clan followed the patriarch of the Fan clan and rushed to the divine garden. Fan Jingya had gone to the ancient immortal divine garden on behalf of the Fan clan to search for the peerless thunder technique. However, he had been killed. Who on the Xian Star didn't know that Fan Jingya was an important figure of the Fan clan. He was the younger brother of the patriarch of the Fan clan. Even the patriarch of the Xian god sect had to think twice before attacking Fan Jingya. But now this independent cultivator had killed him without mercy. You're courting death. Several elders of the clan were filled with murderous intent. Almost at the same time, in the divine temple of Mount Tai, the supreme elder of the clan had failed to break through to the eternal realm. When he came out of seclusion and learned that his grandson, Lung Chenxian, had been killed, he was furious. His terrifying murderous intent almost overturned the sky. Bastard! The elder, who was only one step away from the eternal realm, rushed out of the divine temple of Mount Tai. He was furious, and his murderous intent was shocking. Above the ancient, immortal divine garden, the sky was blue and the sun was blazing. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo and searched many places in the divine garden. However, they still couldn't find any place where the thunder technique might exist. Lin Tian wasn't anxious about this at all. He was very clearly aware that it was impossible for it to be so simple to find the peerless lightning technique of legend within such an enormous divine garden. He led Jiang Luoluo through the divine garden and soon crossed several mountains. Soon, a huge mine appeared in front of them. "Stop!" Jiang Luoluo suddenly said. She grabbed Lin Tian's arm and stared at the mine in front of them, trembling. Lin Tian was curious. He stopped and looked at Jiang Luoluo. "Don't get close. There is an eternal realm, ancient, demonic beast in there. I saw it before. Jiang Luoluo whispered. Lin Tian heard this and was shocked. Jiang Luoluo had said that she fell into this divine garden and saw 2 eternal realm ancient demonic beasts. Was one of them in the mine in front of them? I don't feel a strong demon aura there. He frowned. Looking at the mine from where he was, it was very deep and difficult to see inside. However, he didn't feel a strong demon aura there. That demonic beast seems to be sleeping. When I passed by here, I happened to see it turn over. There was a strong demon aura. It is definitely above the eternal realm, Jiang Luoluo said in a very low voice. Under normal circumstances, if it doesn't move, there shouldn't be any demon aura. Lin Tian understood and didn't say much. He pulled Jiang Luoluo back carefully. After going far away from the mine, they continued to go to the center of the divine garden. Then, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. He and Jiang Luoluo walked through more places in the divine garden, but still didn't find the legendary peerless thunder technique. Where is this thunder technique hidden? Jiang Luoluo murmured. Don't worry. Take your time. Let's just take this as a scenic tour, Lin Tian said. At this time, he and Jiang Luoluo walked out from a desolate ancient mountain. They walked forward on foot. Swish! Suddenly the void roared. A blood-stained divine arrow rushed out from a mountain not far away. It was so fast that it pierced through a space tunnel. The tip of the arrow was aimed at Lin Tian's glabella. Lin Tian's expression changed. This arrow was extremely terrifying. It could definitely kill an ordinary sempiternal realm expert with a single shot. The hair on Lin Tian's body stood on end. Facing the sharpness of the arrow, Lin Tian felt an intense pain in his glabella. It was as though a sharp blade had pierced into his glabella. Even so, his reaction speed was not affected. He pulled Jiang Luoluo and used the 9th level of the Yin and Yang steps to move more than 10,000 feet away. At the last moment, he dodged the killing arrow. Boom! The killing arrow fell on the ground where he was standing just now. It directly shattered the ground, revealing a bottomless black hole. A cry of surprise came from the mountain, not far away. Obviously, the person who attacked in secret was surprised that Lin Tian could dodge the killing arrow. In the next moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe walked out of the mountain. He was holding a treasure bow in his left hand. The bow was covered with all kinds of strange Dao patterns. It was a peak-level soul treasure. Moreover, this person's aura was extraordinarily powerful. He was at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. Even in the immortal realm, there are very few people who can successfully dodge the arrow just now. Young man, you are really good. The person looked at Lin Tian with a trace of surprise in his eyes. However, it was replaced by coldness and greed in the next moment. He said coldly, "Hand over the divine pagoda made from the primordial heavenly crystal and the eternal weapon stone book." Chapter 1407. After the battle with Fan Jingye and the other two, the fact that Lin Tian had a peak-level eternal weapon and a divine pagoda made of grand mist heavenly crystal had been exposed. Many cultivators were shocked and envious. Many powerful cultivators had other ideas. The black-robed middle-aged man was naturally one of these people. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his actual age was obviously not so. He had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Now he had found Lin Tian and wanted to seize the eternal weapon stone book and the immortal emperor pagoda made of grand mist, heavenly crystal. Hand them over obediently, and I may spare your life. If you resist and don't cooperate, you should know the only outcome: death. This person was a rogue cultivator, but he was very powerful. His essence, qi, and spirit were very strong. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Tian looked at the man and said. The black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes were cold. Don't think that you're amazing just because you killed a few early-stage immortal realm experts with an eternal weapon. Early-stage immortal realm experts are nothing. You can fight early-stage immortal realm experts with an eternal weapon, but you can't do anything in front of me, who is at the peak of middle stage immortal realm. Is that so? You can try. Lin Tian Ondao. In fact, he could feel that the black-robed, middle-aged man in front of him was very powerful. Even if he had a peak-level eternal weapon, he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was about to reach the peak of immortal realm. Even so, he couldn't show weakness to his opponent. That was not his character. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You're courting death. The black-robed, middle-aged man's voice was cold. He didn't say anything more and directly moved. He replaced the sword with the soul bow in his hand and pressed it toward Lin Tian. With a clang, the sound of a sword whistling through the air was so real that it shattered all the trees in the surroundings. Lin Tian was not careless. He directly held up the stone book and operated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. All the ancient runes and divine seals on the book lit up, emitting blazing divine light toward the black-robed, middle-aged man. Boom! The momentum of the two collided, and a monstrous, divine wave erupted. It was just a simple collision, but several mountains here were directly destroyed. Sand, stones, and wood splashed everywhere. It's really a peak-level eternal weapon. The black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Give it to me. He shook the longbow in his hand, and divine light surged. Lin Tian immediately felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. A warrior who was about to reach the peak of immortal realm was really intimidating. If he didn't have the supreme reincarnation king body and a peak-level eternal weapon to protect him, he would have been crushed instantly. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest. The shoe's brilliance erupted, turning into a divine sun that pressed down. Boom! Intense divine power surged, causing the void to collapse. A few more mountains crumbled as a result. Powerful ripples spread out in all directions, spreading far and wide. For a moment, many cultivators in the nearby mountains were alarmed and looked in that direction. What happened there? It seems like someone is fighting. What? What a powerful wave. Let's go and take a look. Go! Soon, many cultivators began to move. Not long after, some people arrived. Seeing the battle between Lin Tian and the black-robed middle-aged man, they were all shocked. That person seems to be the one who killed Fan Jinye and the two elders of Titan Temple. Someone's eyes fell on Lin Tian, and his pupils immediately shrank. Yes, it's that person. Everyone trembled. Not long ago, Lin Tian had single-handedly killed Fan Jinye of the Fan family and the two immortal elders of the Titan Spirit Temple. Many people had seen this, and now the news had spread everywhere. Some people who had witnessed the battle had even used their divine sense to imprint him. Naturally, many people knew what Lin Tian looked like. At this time, when they came here, they recognized him at a glance. There's another person. Who is that? Middle stage immortal realm. Why is this person fighting with that ruthless young man? He doesn't seem to be from the Fan family or Titan Temple. He seems to be a rogue cultivator. He must be after that ruthless young man's thing, the pagoda made of primordial, heavenly crystal. These cultivators instantly thought of many things. Boom! 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 In front of them, on the battlefield, divine light surged, shaking the surroundings. Lin Tian and the black-robed, middle-aged man were fighting. Naturally, they noticed that a crowd had arrived, but they didn't care too much. On the contrary, the black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He had found Lin Tian with great difficulty and wanted to seize the treasure on Lin Tian. Naturally, he didn't want to be seen by more people. That would attract more powerhouses. If someone competed with him, it would be very troublesome. He didn't want to see that happen. Let's end this quickly, he muttered to himself in a low voice. With a boom, he shook the longbow in his hand. Suddenly, a dense number of light arrows condensed between heaven and earth. They scattered one after another, like billions of birds flapping their wings, majestically heading toward Lin Tian. The power of the arrows was somewhat frightening. Under the might of this arrow, the void shook and distorted, as though it would shatter at the very next moment. This caused the cultivators who had rushed over from afar to feel a chill in their hearts. This arrow intent was simply too terrifying. It was basically capable of breaking through anything. Lin Tian had the stone book above his head to protect his body. The 4-symbol seal was activated, and it directly evolved into 6 silver layers of the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. At the same time, he took out a broadsword. The blade was covered with ancient runes and divine seals, and there was a big crack on it. When he activated the 4-symbol seal with the stone book to meet the black-robed man, he also took out the broadsword to suppress his opponent. Using the 4-symbol seal as a shield, he used a special method to shake the broadsword. In an instant, the broadsword's aura became chaotic. A destructive aura immediately spread out, and the soul treasure instantly approached the black-robed man. Immediately, everyone in this place was greatly shocked, especially the black-robed man, who was the first to change his expression, revealing a horrified expression. "You self-destructed your soul treasure?" The broadsword was obtained by Lin Tian from the great elder of Spirit Temple. There was a crack on it previously, but it was still a soul treasure. At this time, Lin Tian knew that he could not defeat his opponent with his combat strength, so he directly took out the soul treasure to self-destruct. Because he used the 4-symbol seal to conceal the self-destruction aura in the early stage of the broadsword self-destruction, it was only exposed in the later stage. At this time, it landed near the black-robed man, who could not dodge at all, and his face instantly turned pale. "Explode!" Lin Tian spat out a word. With a boom, the broadsword exploded, and the destructive power directly shrouded all directions. "Ah!" The black-robed man screamed miserably as he was drowned in the destructive power. The destructive aura spread even further. The surrounding void was instantly annihilated. This guy actually destroyed a peak soul treasure so decisively and so suddenly. Jiang Luolua was moved. Boom! Boom! The void exploded, and the destructive aura intertwined in all directions. After a long time, the destructive aura dispersed, and the ground was shattered beyond recognition. The black-robed man was blown into pieces, and only his god soul was barely preserved. However, it was also badly damaged. The soul weapon-grade longbow was blown into pieces. The cultivators in this area were all shaken, and many of them felt a chill run down their spines. They had never thought that Lin Tian would be so decisive to destroy a peak soul treasure. In just a blink of an eye, he had blown up a middle immortal realm expert, leaving only a badly damaged god soul. Apparently, the black-robed man was not far from death, and his aura was extremely weak. "You think you can kill me?" Lin Tian dashed toward the black-robed man, condensing the high heavens sword in his hand. The black-robed man shivered. At this moment, his god's soul showed fear, and he turned around to run away. When the soul treasure self-destructed, it was already hard for him to survive. At this moment, he was so weak that he could not resist Lin Tian. If he didn't run away, he would die. Lin Tian harumphed. He took a step forward, and the high heaven sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. The sword aura was extremely sharp. The black-robed man was frightened. He screamed, "No! Stop!" Swoosh! A soft sound echoed, and the black-robed man's body and soul were destroyed in just a blink of an eye. A middle immortal realm expert. The surrounding cultivators shivered inwardly. They looked at Lin Tian, and many of them couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian stepped forward, appearing next to Jiang Luoluo. "Let's go." He didn't want to be surrounded, so he was about to leave. "You want to leave?" "Stay." A voice arose. A woman walked over from the distance. She was enchanting and charming, wearing revealing clothes. She looked around 21 or 22 years old, but her eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. Apparently, she was a senior who had lived for a long time. The woman arrived in front of them in just a blink of an eye. Her speed was fast, and her spirit energy, and blood chi were extremely intimidating. She was at the peak of immortal realm. It's everlasting Yu-Ji of the Concord Immortal Sect. She's the supreme elder of this branch. She's here. Many people paled. The Concord Immortal Sect was a second-level great influence of the Purple Spill planet. They were extremely famous, and the cultivators of this world naturally knew of their supreme elder. Lin Tian's expression changed. This woman made him feel a true threat. "Little fellow, hand over that thing, and I'll let you go." Everlasting Yu-Ji had lived for many years, but she had always maintained the appearance of a young woman. Her words were filled with seductiveness. This caused all the cultivators here to be moved. They clearly understood what the thing she was referring to was Lin Tian's pagoda, forged from grand mist heaven crystal. Lin Tian naturally understood the woman's words. He directly said, "Don't even think about it." It was impossible for him to hand over the immortal Emperor Pagoda. At this time, he pulled Jiang Luoluo and prepared to leave this place as quickly as possible. "Then I'll just have to snatch it." Everlasting Yu-Ji narrowed her eyes and pressed forward. A powerful aura suddenly pressed down on Lin Tian. At this time, an old man rushed over from the east. His aura was tyrannical, pressing down on them. "Beast!" The old man roared, not concealing his killing intent at all. Almost at the same time, 5 figures flashed from the south, rushing over. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man. His killing intent was terrifying, like a god of death descending to the world. The supreme elder of the Spirit Temple, as well as the patriarch of the Fan family and the 4 elders of the Fan family. Chapter 1408. All the cultivators were startled. After the supreme elder of Joyous Immortal Sect, Everlasting Yu-Chi, the supreme elder of Titan's Spirit Shrine, had also arrived. All of them were peak immortal experts. Even the patriarch of Fan Family of Desolation had arrived. Moreover, there were 4 mid-immortal elders of Fan Family following him. All of them had come for Lin Tian. Lin Tian himself was shaken as well. He naturally knew that these people were up to no good. They were either here to steal his immortal Emperor Pagoda or purely to kill him. Regardless of which it was a dangerous situation for him. At this moment, without any hesitation, he pulled Jiang Luoluo and performed the 9th level of the duality steps. They transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed into the distance, facing a middle immortal realm expert. He could destroy one of his soul treasures to kill him. However, facing this group of people, he didn't have the ability to confront them directly. He could only run away with his speed. So fast. This speed. His speed is comparable to a peak of immortal realm expert. This person. Many people were shocked by the speed Lin Tian displayed at this moment. "You want to escape? Don't even think about it." The Divine Temple's Grand Elder roared as he chased after Huang Xiaolong. The eyes of the head of the Fan family were filled with murderous intent. Naturally, he also gave chase. Behind him, the 4 elders of the Fan family followed suit. All of them moved at an extremely fast speed. Everlasting Yu-Chi of the Joyous Immortal Sect narrowed her eyes. She took light steps, leaving behind afterimages. Her speed was much faster than the Grand Elder of the Divine Temple and the head of the Fan clan. In the blink of an eye, the group was already very far away from this location. Boom! The Grand Elder of the Divine Temple unleashed a beam of killing intent that shattered the greater void. The power of laws intertwined within the beam of killing intent as it shot towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the patriarch of the Fan clan and the others also attacked, showing no mercy. Joyous Union Immortal Schools, Everlasting Yu-Chi, was also making her move. Her aura was not vigorous, but it carried a feminine aura that sealed off all directions. For a time, rumbling sounds could be heard as the surrounding land was destroyed. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo and quickly escaped. He could naturally feel the attacks from the people behind him. They were extremely terrifying and made his scalp tingle. After all, There were 3 Peak of Immortal Realm experts among them. His current cultivation base was much weaker than theirs. He used the Eternal Level Stone Book to protect himself and fled at top speed. However, he failed to completely avoid the attacks and suffered heavy injuries in the blink of an eye. The pursuers were simply too powerful. With his current cultivation base, even with the protection of a peak eternal weapon, he could not completely block the attacks of these people. Lin Tian put me down. You can escape by yourself, Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tian carried her and fled. Although his speed was fast, it was definitely not comparable to his peak state. She felt that if he let her go, Lin Tian's speed would increase, and he would be able to avoid these people. Lin Tian shook his head. Although he could increase his speed by a little if he was alone, how could he leave Jiang Luoluo behind at this time? Abandoning Jiang Luoluo at this time was equivalent to sending her to the death penalty platform. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine and the Patriarch of the Fan Clan would definitely kill Jiang Luoluo mercilessly because she was with him. If this goes on, we will all die. Put me down and you can at least live, Jiang Luoluo said anxiously. Lin Tian shook his head. It was impossible for him to do that. Behind them, divine energy surged, and the killing intent was terrifying. How dare you touch the brother of the Patriarch of the Fan Clan? You're courting death. An elder of the Fan Clan said coldly. The Patriarch of the Fan Clan chased at the front. He did not say anything, but the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably thick. Kill! The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine's eyes were filled with killing intent. The everlasting Yu Qi of the Concord Immortal Sect attacked as well, but there was no killing intent. She kept an eye on Lin Tian, waiting for an opportunity to seize the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian used the stone book to protect himself as he fled with Jiang Luoluo. From time to time he would be injured, and his face gradually paled. At the same time, many cultivators along the way saw this scene. Many of them were shocked and could not help but tremble. That person, rumor has it, that he killed the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Spirit Shrine, as well as Fan Jingye of the Fan Clan. Now he's being hunted. The Patriarch of the Fan Clan and 4 elders, the Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine, and the Supreme Elder of the Concord Immortal Sect, that ruthless person, no matter how strong he is, he can't stop them. Many people trembled. Lin Tianyi continued to flee, and his injuries worsened. He could not shake off the Patriarch of the Fan Clan and the others, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he pulled Jiang Luoluo in a fixed direction. You killed my grandson. Even if you run to the ends of the world, you will die. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine roared as he raised his hand and slashed out a large number of killing lights. The attacks of the Fan Clan experts were even more shocking, and the killing lights were denser. This caused Lin Tian to bleed from his mouth. Even with the protection of a peak eternal weapon, he was still heavily injured. However, he did not slow down. He continued to fly in a fixed direction. He's dead. How can he survive in such a situation? He's going to die. Along the way, many cultivators saw this scene and shook their heads. I wonder who will get the pagoda forged from primordial heavenly crystal in the end. Someone said. Lin Tianyi continued to flee. After an unknown period of time, a mine appeared in front of him. At first glance, it was dark inside, and he could not see what was inside. As soon as he arrived, he rushed straight into the mine. Lin Tian, where are we? Jiang Luoluo turned pale. There was an eternal realm, ancient, demonic beast sleeping in the mine. Lin Tian knew this, but he still rushed into the mine. Are you trying to? She looked at the Patriarch of the Fan Clan and the others who were chasing after them and vaguely guessed something. Don't speak. Lin Tian transmitted his voice. His speed was very fast, but his divine power was limited. If he simply kept running, He would definitely be caught by the Fan family patriarch and the others. In a head-on confrontation, he was no match for them. In order to get out of this dangerous situation, he could only think of one idea, which was to lure them into the mine where the eternal realm demonic beast was hibernating. Then, with the killing power of these people, the ancient demonic beast would wake up from its slumber and join in the fight. This would give him a chance to escape. Of course, he might be in more danger if he did so. After all, the eternal realm, ancient demonic beast, was not his friend. Once it woke up and was angry, he might be in trouble. But now he had no other choice. He could only use this method to gamble and find a way to survive. He was very fast. He brought Jiang Luoluo and suppressed his aura. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the mine. There was a huge black cave in front of them. It was so dark that even divine consciousness could not see through it. Only when one looked carefully, one could feel an extremely oppressive fluctuation. That ancient demonic beast seems to be in that position. Jiang Luoluo transmitted her voice. She had seen the ancient demonic beast turn over by chance and remembered the approximate position. Lin Tian naturally guessed this and stopped at this time. Then, in a flash, the patriarch of the Fan family and the others caught up. Except for the everlasting Yu Qi of the joyous immortal sect, the others were full of murderous intent. They waved their hands, filling the sky with murderous light. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound. All kinds of murderous light pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a dark light. He used the 9th tier of the yin-yang steps to dodge the murderous light. The murderous light directly entered the black cave behind him. Divine energy exploded, shaking the entire mine. Let's see how long you can last. The patriarch of the Fan family said coldly, taking a step forward. The supreme elder of the divine temple of Titan closed in on Lin Tian and reached out to grab Lin Tian. His violent, murderous intent seemed to want to destroy everything. The everlasting Yu Qi of the joyous immortal sect also reached out to grab Lin Tian, her eyes flashing. Her main goal was to seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Die, you beast! The other elders of the Fan family attacked together. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Lin Tian, their murderous light terrifying to the soul. However, it was also at this moment that an incomparably terrifying demonic aura rose up from the mine. In the black cave behind Lin Tian, a pair of gigantic demonic eyes opened. Demonic light flashed, revealing the body of the demonic creature. It was actually a violet-scaled python. Its demonic eyes were filled with an eerie light, as if it was a hell serpent. Roar! A loud roar came out of its mouth. The sound waves rolled, shattering everything. The terrifying pressure of the eternal realm was undeniable. Because of his relationship with Jiang Luoluo, Lin Tian had long known that there was an eternal realm ancient demonic beast here. Just now, he deliberately lured the attacks of the patriarch of the Fan family and the others to awaken this demonic beast. He knew that it would be furious when it woke up, so he was prepared. At this time, he directly summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda. This incomparably sturdy immortal Emperor Pagoda completely enveloped himself in Jiang Luoluo. He also used the eternal weapon Level Stone Book to protect himself and Jiang Luoluo. However, the patriarch of the Fan family and the supreme elder of the divine temple of Titan Spirit were different. These people did not know the situation here and were only attacking Lin Tian. At this time, they did not have time to defend themselves. Their eyes were wide open and they were shocked and terrified. Then, in an instant, a violent sound wave rushed over, directly covering Lin Tian, the patriarch of the Fan family, and the others. Ah! Miserable shrieks immediately rang out. Blood mist splashed in all directions. The Taishang elder of the Spirit Divine Palace, everlasting Yu Ji of the harmonious immortal sect, and the Fan family patriarch all suffered the same fate. They were all sent flying, blood gushing out of their mouths, their bodies covered in cracks. Lin Tian was also in trouble. However, because he had prepared a perfect defense, the great Tao reincarnation diagram, the stone book, and the immortal emperor pagoda helped him withstand most of the sound attack. Although he was injured, compared to the patriarch of the Fan family and the others, he was much better off. Go. Chapter 1409. An eternal realm, ancient, demonic beast was too terrifying. It had only roared once, and it had not used any demonic aura, but it still possessed terrifying destructive power. The supreme elder of Spirit Temple, patriarch of Fan family, and the others were severely injured and almost died on the spot. Lin Tian had been prepared for this. He had propped up the great Tao reincarnation diagram, the eternal weapon, level stone book, and the sturdy immortal emperor pagoda, but he was still severely injured. He felt like his body was about to shatter. He gritted his teeth. While he could still move, and while patriarch of Fan family and the others were severely injured, he rushed out of the mine with Jiang Luoluo. The process was smoother than he had imagined. Patriarch of Fan family and the others could not stop him, and the terrifying ancient demonic beast did not attack him. In just a moment he had rushed out of the mine with Jiang Luoluo. Only then did he dare to turn his head around to take a look. It was also when he turned his head around that he discovered something. The ancient demonic beast in the depths of the mine actually had a strand of true divine energy lingering around its body. It's not sleeping. It's trying to break through to the true immortal realm. His heart trembled. This ancient demonic beast was trying to break through to the true immortal realm. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the scene. He then realized that the wisp of true immortal chi around the ancient demonic beast's body had suddenly become chaotic. It's at the critical juncture of breaking through to the true immortal realm, so it can attack. That roar just now will greatly affect its breakthrough. That's why it didn't attack me and watched me escape from the mine. In that instant, he guessed many things. Jian Luoluo was protected by him. Although she was also injured by the demonic beast's roar, her injuries were not serious. At this time, she followed his gaze to the depths of the mine. After a moment, she understood the situation, and her face was immediately filled with shock. It's already breaking through to that realm. She was shocked. Patriarch of Fan family and the others were severely injured, but they were still alive. At this time, they also discovered the ancient demonic beast in the depths of the mine. They could not help but feel a sense of fear. Say, Senior, we didn't mean to disturb you. Please forgive us. The body of the supreme elder of the Tailing Divine Temple and the others were cracked. They could feel the terror of the ancient demonic beast in front of them. Its aura made their souls tremble. This was definitely a terrifying existence at the peak of the eternal realm. It was even close to entering the true immortal realm. A demon of this level could sweep away everything under the true immortal realm. It was so terrifying that even the family master of the remote antiquity Fan family was terrified. Hit, we've disturbed your meditation. Please forgive us for our recklessness. We'll leave right away. The Fan family patriarch bowed and slowly retreated. The wisp of true immortal chi outside the ancient demonic beast's body was still in chaos. Its huge eyes looked down at the head of the Fan family and the others. Then a bone-chilling coldness appeared in its eyes. It sensed the same killing aura from these people as the one that had landed in its seclusion. That killing aura had affected it quite a bit when it was trying to break through to the true immortal realm. Roar! It looked at the group. Because it was in the process of breaking through to the true immortal realm, it was unable to use its demonic power. It let out a furious roar. For a moment, the terrifying destructive power of sound once again spread out. Ah! With shrill screams, for clouds of mist exploded. The 4 middle stage immortal realm elders of the Fan family were already severely injured. Now, they exploded under the power of the roar. Even their divine souls were not spared. They were shattered along with their bodies. The supreme elder of the Spirit Temple, the everlasting Yu of the Concord Immortal Sect, and the family master of the Fan family were all at the peak of the immortal realm. They barely managed to survive the roar. Their bodies were badly damaged, and their origin and divine souls were cracked. They were directly thrown out of the mine by the roar. It's so scary. It's just a roar, but outside the mine, Jiang Luolua's heart trembled. Lin Tian was also shocked. He then realized that the wisp of true immortal qi outside the ancient demonic beast's body was even more chaotic. Obviously, the roar just now had affected its breakthrough to the true immortal realm. Within the mine, the ancient magical beast's eyes were ice-cold as it looked out from the depths. It icily swept its gaze over Lin Tian, after which the entire mine once again became pitch black. Its body could no longer be seen, and everything within had also become blurry. Lin Tianji felt his scalp go numb, being glanced at by an ancient demonic beast that was about to break through to the true immortal realm. Even he could not help but tremble. However, as the ancient demonic beast's figure disappeared, he calmed down slightly. He looked at the mine in front of him, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. There should be very powerful defensive Tao inscriptions in this mine. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand the two roars of that ancient demonic beast. At this time, weak screams rang out. The supreme elder of the Spirit Temple, the everlasting Yu of the Concord Immortal Sect, and the family master of the Fan family were all knocked out of the mine. They were severely injured and on the verge of death. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the miserable state of the three of them, he immediately sneered and approached the three of them. The family master of the Fan family and the other two were recovering from their injuries. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian approaching them, they were immediately enraged. "You deliberately led us into that mine." The family master of the Fan family roared. At this time, of course, he would not believe that Lin Tian had coincidentally escaped into that mine and that there was a terrifying demonic beast that was about to reach the true immortal realm inside. He was not a fool. So what if I did? Lin Tianling smiled. The family master of the Fan family was furious. Lin Tian had led them into that mine, and the Fan family had lost 4 middle-stage immortal realm experts. He had also almost died. "I'll tear you into pieces." The man roared, and his killing intent was overflowing. He took a step forward and approached Lin Tian. He moved his hands, and a faint divine light surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted. He raised his leg and kicked the man's chest. Immediately, with a bang, the family master of the Fan family coughed up blood and flew away. "With your current state, any early-stage Emperor Realm cultivator can kill you. How dare you take the initiative to attack me?" He sneered. "You!" The family master of the Fan family was shocked and angry. At the same time, the everlasting Yu of the Concord Immortal Sect and the supreme elder of the Spirit Temple were also shocked. They were severely injured. At this moment, they were in the same state as the family master of the Fan family. Although Lin Tian was also injured, his injuries were far less serious than theirs. In terms of combat strength, he was far superior to them. Immediately, the two of them did not say anything unnecessary. They directly fled into the distance. Their speed was extremely fast. In a flash, they covered tens of thousands of feet. Chapter 1410. The Patriarch of the Fan family, everlasting Yu of the Joyous Immortal Sect, and the Supreme Elder of the Titan Spiritual Shrine all fled at lightning speed. They knew very well that it was impossible for them to stop Lin Tian in their current state. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a powerful sword momentum suddenly spread out, instantly turning into a monstrous hurricane. Bang! 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 3 loud sounds rang out, and in an instant, the 3 people who had fled far away were all knocked back. "You 3 are at the peak of the sempiternal realm. Why are you running away from me, an Emperor Realm cultivator?" He looked at the 3 of them and forced them to move forward step by step. not bothering to hide his killing intent at all. At this time, all three of them were severely injured and were not far from death. In terms of combat strength, he was far superior to the three of them. Don't be too smug. Even if we are severely injured, don't think that you can kill us easily. The supreme elder of the Titan's spiritual shrine gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Is that so?" Lin Tian looked at the person and took a step forward, appearing beside him. Then he kicked the person to the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. The supreme elder of the Titan's spiritual shrine coughed up blood and was shocked and angry at the same time. "Little beast!" Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked the person again, directly interrupting him. "Old fool! You buzz!" The stone book shone brightly, interrupting the person again. At this time, Lin Tian directly activated the peak-level eternal weapon. "It's very easy for me to kill you now," he said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone book directly pressed down on the supreme elder of the Titan's spiritual shrine with a boom, landing on the other party's body. Immediately, with a puff, the supreme elder of the Titan's spiritual shrine was directly shattered into pieces. His divine soul was not destroyed. At this time, he roared in shock and anger, wrapping the broken pieces of flesh with his soul power and quickly reassembling them. However, Lin Tian was right in front of him. Naturally, he wouldn't give him such a chance. He immediately summoned his pure yang flames and the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory. At the same time, the spiritual Titan Temple's supreme elders, shattered body and soul were enveloped. The supreme elder of the divine temple let out a miserable shriek as he was suppressed by the pure yang flames and the reincarnation diagram of monarch territory. His body was crushed even more severely, and his soul was also crumbling inch by inch. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. No. After a dozen breaths of time, a scream of despair and unwillingness rang out. The supreme elder of the divine temple was dead, his body incinerated by the pure yang flames, and his soul completely shattered under the crushing pressure of the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. Destruction of body and soul. He killed a peak immortal expert. Jiang Luo glared at him. Even though she knew that the grand elder of the Titan's spiritual shrine was severely injured, and his current strength was far from his peak condition, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Lin Tian kill him. After all, he was at the peak of the immortal realm. At the same time, the patriarch of the Fan family and ageless Yu, Ji of the Concord Immortal sect, also changed their expressions and couldn't help but tremble. In the next moment, two whooshing sounds could be heard. The two of them didn't stop at all and fled again like before. Lin Tianling smiled and used the stone book to vibrate the heaven-ascending sword scripture, directly cutting off their escape route and forcing them back. "You can't escape," he said coldly. With a buzzing sound, a golden divine sword condensed from his right hand, mixed with the aura of the eternal weapon level stone book. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. He walked towards the patriarch of the Fan family and ageless Yu, Ji of the Concord Immortal sect. As soon as this aura was released, the patriarch of the Fan family and ageless Yu, Ji, couldn't help but tremble again. This was because, in their current state, the sword chi that Lin Tianling had summoned at this moment was enough to threaten their lives. "Fellow Taoist, I've never thought of killing you. I've never had the intention to kill you. I was just confused for a moment and wanted to seize the sect divine pagoda. Can you show mercy? Then, as an apology, I can give you generous compensation. No matter what you want, as long as the Concord Immortal sect has it. We'll definitely get it for you." Ageless Yuji said at this time. Naturally, she didn't want to die here. "Show mercy." Lin Tianling tilted his head and looked. "Do you think that's possible?" The other party had come to seize his divine pagoda, and it was already a matter of life and death. Without any hesitation, he slashed down with the golden divine sword in his hand. With a puff, Ageless Yu exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Her spirit was not destroyed, and it was filled with shock, anger, and fear. You die. Lin Tianji said this word, and the stone book directly pressed down, shattering Ageless Yu's spirit body. In the blink of an eye, only the patriarch of the Fan family was left of the 3 peak immortal realm experts. Lin Tianling held the golden divine sword and walked towards this person. It's your turn. His voice was indifferent. The patriarch of the Fan family's face was ashen, and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he fled again. This time, his speed suddenly increased by a lot compared to before, and the aura around his body was also much stronger. Clearly, he had used some kind of strange technique to forcefully stimulate his body's potential. Whoosh! In just an instant, the patriarch of the Fan family had rushed extremely far away. So fast! Jiang Luoluo was slightly shocked. Lin Tianling's expression didn't change at all. He wrapped Jiang Luoluo in a golden divine light and chased after the patriarch of the Fan family. He used the 9th tier of the duality steps, and his speed was very fast. He steadily followed behind the patriarch of the Fan family. At the same time, the sun's nirvana technique was quickly activated. Blood-red flames curled around his body, causing his injuries to heal at an extremely fast speed. Previously, you were so happy chasing after me, but now, how should I put it? Every dog has its day, he said with a sneer. He chased after the patriarch of the Fan family with Jiang Luoluo. With a wave of his hand, he swept out a large expanse of sword energy. The patriarch of the Fan family's expression was ugly. He dodged Lin Tianling's sword energy with difficulty and quickly fled into the distance. At this time, he used a strange technique from his family to forcefully increase his aura and speed. He couldn't maintain it for long. At most, he could maintain it for a quarter of an hour. After that, his aura would weaken again, and he would have to pay a small price. Even so, his current speed was far from his peak. Therefore, even though he was furious at Lin Tianling's words, he didn't dare to stop at all. Lin Tianling chased after him. From time to time, he would send out a sharp sword energy that cut through the void and slashed at the patriarch of the Fan family. The patriarch of the Fan family gritted his teeth and fled, his body covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed dozens of desolate mountains. Many cultivators saw this scene. That is, the patriarch of the Fan family and the ruthless person who killed Fan Jingye and the 2 elders of the divine Temple of Titan. That ruthless person is chasing after the patriarch of the Fan family of the primeval era. Wasn't the patriarch of the Fan family the one chasing after that ruthless person? But now he's the one being chased. Apart from the patriarch of the Fan family, there were also a few elders from the Fan family, the supreme elder of the divine Temple of Titan, and the everlasting Yuji from the Union Celestial Sect. But now, the patriarch of the Fan family is the only one being chased. Where did the elders from the Fan family, the supreme elder of the divine Temple of Titan, and the everlasting Yuji go? Looking at this scene, could it be that the powerful elders from the Fan family, the supreme elder of the divine Temple of Titan, and the everlasting Yuji from the Union Celestial Sect have all been killed by that ruthless person? How is that possible? The supreme elder of the divine Temple of Titan and the everlasting Yuji from the Union Celestial Sect were at the peak of the immortal realm. The elders from the Fan family were at the middle stage of the immortal realm. How could they be killed by that ruthless person? No matter how monstrous and abnormal he is, he's only at the peak of the Emperor realm in the end. How could he possibly kill 2 experts at the peak of the immortal realm and 4 experts at the middle stage of the immortal realm? But now the patriarch of the Fan family is chasing after him, and the others have all disappeared. Is there any other possibility other than being killed by that ruthless person? Seeing this, many cultivators trembled and came up with all kinds of guesses. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian chased after the patriarch of the Fan family with Jiang Luoluo. The stone book glowed as it was activated by the high heaven sword scripture. Immediately, the sound of the sword resonated as a large expanse of golden sword radiance slashed toward the patriarch of the Fan family. The patriarch of the Fan family quickly dodged, but he wasn't able to completely avoid it. A sword light pierced through his abdomen, causing blood to gush out. His complexion paled. As he healed his wounds, he continued to fly away. At the same time, he shouted out to all the cultivators he saw along the way, "Fellow Taoists, please lend me a hand in dealing with this demon. My Fan family will be endlessly grateful." Ancient cultivation scriptures, powerful soul treasures, supernatural abilities, secret techniques, life-extending medicines, divine materials for refining weapons. Anything you want can be obtained. As he spoke, many cultivators couldn't help but be moved. Many of their eyes shined with a sharp light. This was because this was the patriarch of the Fan family, a family that had overlooked the purple spill planet for countless years. If they could help the patriarch of this lineage and form some sort of relationship with the Fan family, then their future path of cultivation would be smooth and the benefits would be unimaginable. But even so, even though many people here were moved and their eyes shone with sharp light, in the end, no one dared to move. After all, during this period of time, Lin Tian's fame had spread. He controlled a peak-level eternal weapon and could kill an immortal realm powerhouse with his Emperor Realm cultivation. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Seeing that no one dared to step forward, the patriarch of the Fan family's face became even more livid. He was both shocked and angry. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's speed suddenly soared, like a golden bolt of lightning. He instantly approached the patriarch of the Fan family. "You, Buzz." Lin Tian directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and the eternal weapon level stone book. The two combined as one, suppressing the patriarch of the Fan family. Then, the sixth realm of the four-symbol seal was activated, and the 6 divine diagrams merged into one. With a whoosh, they entered the patriarch of the Fan family's divine sense. The patriarch of the Fan family immediately let out a scream of horror. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols entered his divine sense and rushed directly to his divine sense. He was terrified and struggled violently. "What are you doing?" "Stop! Stop! Ah!" Chapter 1411. The flesh shell of the patriarch of Fan family was perfectly preserved, but his soul was destroyed. This was naturally done by Lin Tian on purpose. After all, the patriarch of Fan family was an expert at the peak of a mortal realm. The flesh and blood essence contained in his flesh shell was extremely shocking. With his flesh shell and the saint refining treasure technique he mastered, he could at least step into the half-step immortal realm. He raised his hand and shot out a ray of divine light, putting the flesh shell into the stone ring. "Why did you leave his body here?" Jiang Luoluo was puzzled. "It's useful." Lin Tian said simply. He wrapped Jiang Luoluo in golden divine light and left. Soon, the two were far away from here. The surrounding cultivators were all aghast, their hearts trembling. The Fan family patriarch was many people's hearts trembled. The primeval Fan family had been passed down since the Desolate Era. They had overlooked the purple spill planet for countless years. No one in this world dared to provoke them. But now, the family head of this bloodline had been killed in this divine garden just like that. That person, who is he? How can he be so bold? He dared to kill the Fan family patriarch. The other elders of the Fan family, everlasting Yu-Ji of the Concord Immortal Sect, and the Grand Elder of the Spirit Temple, followed the patriarch of the Fan family to hunt him down. Now it seems that they have all been killed by him. This is crazy. Let's not talk about the Grand Elders of the Spirit Temple and the Concord Immortal Sect. They must be afraid of that person now. But the Fan family of the Primeval Immortal Sect will never let this go. After all, even the patriarch of the Fan family was killed. How can the Fan family allow that person to live? The Fan family has an eternal realm expert and a true immortal artifact. That ruthless person really pierced through the heavens. The cultivators' hearts trembled. Lin Tian brought Jiang Luoluo away from the place where they had just been. At this time, they found a secluded place and set up 9 great ceiling formations. Only then did they take out the flesh shell of the Fan family's patriarch. He used the saint refined treasure art on this body and spent half a month to completely refine it. His cultivation base had reached the half-step immortal realm from the peak of Emperor Sky Realm. He was only half a step away from the true immortal realm. My fleshly body, divine power, and divine soul have all become much stronger, he muttered to himself. Staying in this place, he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to consolidate his half-step sempiternal realm cultivation base. It was not until half a month later that he woke up and thoroughly consolidated his half-step sempiternal realm cultivation base. Then he left with Jiang Luoluo. Roar! Roar! The ancient immortal divine garden was extremely vast. The roars of the demonic beasts would resound through the sky from time to time, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo continued to walk through the divine garden. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, a piece of news suddenly spread through the divine garden. Someone had discovered a sea of lightning in a barren mountain at the very center of the divine garden. It occupied an extremely vast area, as if it had existed since ancient times. The expression of all the cultivators in the divine garden changed at the first moment. A sea of lightning? Could it be the place of inheritance of the legendary, peerless lightning technique? In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient immortal divine garden was in an uproar. Many cultivators rushed toward the center of the divine garden. Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo naturally heard the news and were immediately moved. Let's go and have a look. Lin Tian was very decisive. He directly opened up the golden divine light and used it to envelop Jiang Luoluo. Then, he quickly rushed toward the center of the divine garden. After about an hour, he brought Jiang Luoluo to the center of the divine garden. At a glance, he saw a dense crowd of cultivators, all of whom had extraordinary spiritual energy. They were all walking toward the same barren mountain. There was not much vegetation on that barren mountain, but it was very tall. At the foot of the mountain, there was a mountain cave. At this time, all the cultivators who had come to this place had rushed into the interior of the mountain through this mountain cave. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He brought Jiang Luoluo and rushed into the mountain cave in a flash. The mountain cave was a little dim. He and Jiang Luoluo walked through it, all the way to the interior of the mountain. Then, gradually, the surrounding space became wider, and the light began to become stronger. Then, they unknowingly entered a special space. It was like a desert inside. The ground was covered with red barren stones, and there were bursts of violent roars coming from the depths of the desert. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound and found that many cultivators were rushing in that direction. At the same time, he vaguely felt an extremely majestic thunderbolt force from that position. It was similar to the thunderbolt force contained in the ancient runes on the stone wall, but it was countless times stronger. It was not at the same level at all. His eyes were intertwined with a sharp light. He brought Jiang Luoluo and moved faster. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the depths of the desert. As far as the eye could see, the ground in front of them was scorched black. The air was densely intertwined with lightning. Some were blood red, some were black, and some were purple, blue, and silver. All kinds of different colors of lightning intertwined in that position. It was unknown how vast the area was, but it was as if there were ancient lightning dragons rolling in it. This is... Jiang Luoluo stared with her eyes wide open. The scene in front of her was really spectacular. It was really like a sea of lightning. Not only her, But even Lin Tian could not help but be moved at this time. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. Ah! There was a miserable scream. A Nirvana realm cultivator looked at the sea of lightning and could not help but move closer to the sea of lightning. Then he was directly hit by the unparalleled thunderbolt force and was shattered on the spot. Even his spiritual soul was destroyed at the same time. This thunderbolt. A Nirvana realm cultivator just moved a little closer. He did not even enter the sea of lightning before he was shocked to death. If he really enters the sea of lightning, who can withstand it? Does it contain the legendary Peerless Thunderbolt skill? Judging from the situation, it is 100% true. Yes, it definitely is. Many cultivators had come to this place. They were all very energetic. At this time, they were all staring at the sea of lightning. Then, gradually, someone stepped forward and supported a peak heavenly treasure for a hidden heavenly master. He carefully approached the sea of lightning, but the result was the same as the previous Nirvana realm cultivator. Before he could really get close to the sea of lightning, his body and soul were directly destroyed by the terrifying thunderbolt force in the sea of lightning. The peak heavenly treasure used to protect his body was also shattered into pieces. This, even a heavenly master. All the cultivators in this place were horrified. Many people could not help but tremble. They all involuntarily stepped back and stood further away to watch the sea of lightning. Lin Tian stood in the distance and observed the sea of lightning. The shock in his eyes grew stronger. Even someone as powerful as him could not help but be shocked by the terror of the sea of lightning. Chapter 1412. Also, tomorrow's update will be a little late. Please forgive me, everyone. The dragon will note down the chapters that he owes. Including today's chapter, there are a total of 5 chapters. He will make up for it later. Chapter 1413. Thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning rolled ahead like thunder dragons, intertwining with different colors. The aura was terrifying. Lin Tian stared fixedly at the sea of lightning. He felt that every wisp of lightning arc could easily destroy an eternal realm existence, as if it was the will of the heavens and earth. Zhong Wudi's thunder skill inheritance might be inside, but who can get it in such a situation? Jiang Luoluo said. Although her cultivation was not strong, her spiritual sense was not weak. She could feel how terrifying the sea of lightning was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was very loud. 3 figures rushed over from afar. Their auras were terrifying. That's the 5th elder, 6th elder, and 7th elder of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace. They are all at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Some cultivators recognized the 3 of them. In the next moment, another sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The experts of the Purple Evolved God sect had also arrived. There were 3 of them, and all of them were at the middle stage of the immortal realm. The Purple Evolved God sect has also arrived. 3 immortal realm experts. Many cultivators were shocked. The experts of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Evolved God sect have arrived. Then, the experts of the Fan family of the remote antiquity should also come, right? Didn't they come a long time ago? Fan Jingya, the brother of the patriarch of the Fan family, several middle-stage immortal realm elders, and even the patriarch of the Fan family, who is at the peak of the immortal realm, came in person. However, they were all killed. All right, I forgot about it. Speaking of which, where did that unknown young man come from? He is too strong and too bold. He even dared to kill the patriarch of the Fan family of the remote antiquity. Really, I reckon the old ancestor of the Fan family will be infuriated. That's an indestructible existence of the eternal realm. Many people were discussing. At this moment, Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo were standing in an inconspicuous corner. No one noticed them. Will the patriarch of the Fan family really come out? The patriarch of the eternal realm is terrifying. Jiang Luoluo listened to the cultivator's discussion and whispered, I don't know if the old ancestor of the Fan family, who is in the eternal realm, will come. but I guess a few of their supreme elders will come. After all, their family head has died outside. Lin Tiandao, the patriarch who represented the face of the clan, had been beheaded, several elders had been killed, and the patriarch's younger brother had died. In addition, there was the legendary peerless lightning technique in the Divine Garden. No matter how one looked at it, this clan would still send experts to kill their way here. As he spoke, his expression did not change at all. He stared straight at the sea of lightning in front of him. That place was silver, blue, purple, black, and red. 5 different colors of lightning interweaved, densely covering an unknown area. From time to time, the crackling sound of electric arcs and the rumbling of thunder could be heard. As he looked at it, golden divine light intertwined in his eyes. He could feel the aura of lightning that was similar to the ancient runes he had comprehended on the stone wall. The more he tried to comprehend it, the clearer the feeling became. The elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect are siding with Lei Hai. A voice came from the front. As far as the eye could see, the elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were moving. They moved cautiously toward the sea of lightning, and at the same time, they activated their soul treasures. For a moment, all the cultivators' eyes fell on these two people. The experts of the two great sects were at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Soon, they were 3 feet away from the sea of lightning. They have already crossed the distance of the heavenly venerable expert. They are indeed powerful figures at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Previously, a heavenly venerable expert was annihilated when he was 5 feet away from the sea of lightning. At this time, the people of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were 3 feet away from the sea of lightning. Naturally, many people were shocked. However, it only lasted for a moment. After all, both of them were experts at the middle immortal realm. Experts at this level were much stronger than celestial masters. Naturally, they were closer to the sea of lightning than celestial masters. It was normal for them to be closer to the sea of lightning than celestial masters. I wonder if they can get close to the sea of lightning and enter it. I'm sure that the sea of lightning contains the inheritance of Zhong Wudi's thunder technique. As long as they can enter it, they will be able to obtain the thunder technique. That's not necessarily true. Whether they can obtain the thunder technique inheritance depends on whether they can withstand the lightning in the sea of lightning. Some cultivators discussed as they stared at the two people from the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect. At the same time, the other experts of the two sects were also looking at the two people. They were very cautious, with divine power surging out of their bodies. Obviously, they were prepared to pull back the experts of their sects if there was any abnormality. These two are very powerful. However, I feel that it's not possible for them to enter the sea of lightning. Jiang Luoluo was also looking at the two people from the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect, and she shook her head. Lin Tian did not express his opinion. He did not even pay attention to the people from the Purple Yen Divine Sect and the Xian Luo Immortal Palace. His eyes were fixed on the sea of lightning. Strands of golden divine light intertwined in his eyes as he continued to observe the sea of lightning. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The two elders from the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were about 10 feet away from the sea of lightning. Then they began to tremble, unable to move forward. The spirit treasures above their heads were trembling violently, and cracks quickly appeared on them. At the same time, the sea of lightning in front of them began to roll. Thunder rumbled, and a terrifying aura swept out like a wave. The two immortal realm elders from the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect, who were about 10 feet away from the sea of lightning, trembled. The protective spirit treasures above their heads were instantly torn apart. They could not help but cough up blood. Their bodies were instantly covered with cracks. Retreat! More than 10 feet away from the sea of lightning, The other experts from the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect shouted at the same time. They each took action, condensing chains with divine power. They quickly wrapped around the elders of their sects, who were about 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning, and pulled them back. Boom! The Sea of Lightning exploded and lightning bolts raged. Like a heavenly tribulation, a destructive force rippled out like water. Ah, no. The elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect, who were about 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning, screamed and exploded. Not only were their physical bodies destroyed, but their divine souls were also shattered. Those were 2 experts at the middle stage of the immortal realm. They died just like that, and they couldn't even enter the Sea of Lightning. What kind of cultivation does one have to be to enter the Sea of Lightning? At this place, the expressions of all the cultivators changed greatly. The faces of the people from the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect were the most unsightly. They knew that the Sea of Lightning was very terrifying, so they had been vigilant. As long as the people from their sects were in danger, they would immediately pull them back. In fact, they had indeed done so. However, they did not expect that it would be useless. The power overflowing from the Sea of Lightning was so terrifying that it could make one's hair stand on end. In an instant, the 2 elders' bodies and souls were destroyed. There was no chance for them to pull them back. Like I said, those 2 had no hope at all. In a remote corner far away, John Luoluo muttered. Beside her, Lin Tian had been observing the Sea of Lightning. At this time, the golden divine light in his eyes became more intense. Moreover, there were strands of lightning arcs flashing and intertwining in his eyes. It was as if a heavenly tribulation was brewing in his eyes. Luo, I'm going to the Sea of Lightning. Before I come out, find a place to hide. He said to Jiang Luoluo. What? Jiang Luoluo's eyes widened. She pulled his arm and said, Calm down. I know that you care a lot about that thunder art. It seems like you have a very special need. I also know that there may be some kind of peerless thunder art inheritance in there, but it's too dangerous. You saw what happened just now. The middle stage Immortal Realm cultivator did not even have the chance to get close before he was destroyed by the thunder chi emitted by the Sea of Lightning. He did not even have the time to escape. Although you are very strong and have the protection of the Eternal Weapon and the Hong Meng Divine Pagoda, I don't think you can withstand such a terrifying thunder chi, let alone enter the Sea of Lightning. After entering the Sea of Lightning, you will have to bear the direct bombardment of the lightning. Even a true Immortal Realm expert may not be able to withstand it. Lin Tian knew that Jiang Luoluo was worried about his safety. He said, It's okay. I know what I'm doing. As he stood there, he observed the Sea of Lightning seriously and could clearly feel how terrifying it was. Then, gradually, as time passed and he observed the Sea of Lightning even more deeply, that Sea of Lightning as terrifying still remained, but the sense of danger grew weaker and weaker. It was so weak that it gave him an extremely strange feeling at this moment. It was as if he could step into the Sea of Lightning as if he was walking on flat ground without putting up any defenses. This feeling was a little absurd, but it was born just like that. Even his life origin and divine soul started to vibrate at this time. It was as if there was an indescribable will in the Sea of Lightning that was calling out to him. He spoke again, asking Jiang Luoluo to find a hidden place to hide. This was because if someone from the Fan clan rushed here and discovered Jiang Luoluo, and he was not by her side at that time, Jiang Luoluo would definitely die. Jiang Luoluo looked at Lin Tian. She knew that Lin Tian had made up his mind to enter the Sea of Lightning. Moreover, he seemed to be very confident and did not seem to be fooling around. In the end, she nodded and said, Be careful. Safety is the most important thing. After she finished speaking, she scanned the surroundings. With Lin Tian's help, she suppressed all her aura and quickly moved to a very hidden place. This place was even more inconspicuous than the place she and Lin Tian were at. Normally, No one would pay attention to this place. Lin Tian looked at Jiang Luluo and nodded to her. Then he stepped forward. With one step, he was 100 feet away from the Sea of Lightning. Then he walked on the ground and slowly stepped into the Sea of Lightning. This is the ruthless person who killed the head of the Fan family. He is also here. Is he also here for Zhong Wudi's lightning technique? Is he going to enter the Sea of Lightning? Chapter 14:14. Seeing Lin Tian appear here, the expressions of all the cultivators outside the Lei Sea changed. It was because Lin Tian's reputation had been too great recently. He had even killed the head of the Fan family, causing many cultivators to be fearful. Even the middle stage Immortal Realm elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect were distressed because they had just lost an Immortal Realm elder. However, when they looked at Lin Tian, their eyes narrowed. Obviously, they had heard that Lin Tian had killed the master of the Fan family in public. The patriarch of the Fan clan was in existence at the same level as the sect masters of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect. He could be said to be one of the overlords who looked down on the Purple Yin Divine Sect. Half-step Immortal Realm. They looked at Lin Tian and saw Lin Tian's cultivation. Then they couldn't help but frown slightly. How could he injure and kill the master of the Fan family, who is at the peak of the Immortal Realm? It's strange. Even if he has a peak eternal weapon and a divine pagoda made of Hongmeng heavenly crystal, he shouldn't be able to contend with a peak Immortal Realm expert. They had strange expressions. Lin Tian could feel the gazes of the nearby cultivators on him, but he did not care. There was no special expression on his face as he walked towards the Sea of Lightning from 10 zhang away. His pace was not fast, but very slow. Although he had a strange feeling that the Sea of Lightning couldn't hurt him, he didn't dare to recklessly charge into the Sea of Lightning. He had to be more cautious, so he slowly approached the Sea of Lightning on foot from 100 feet away. When he stepped on the ground, he could clearly feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from the thunder sea in front of him. The aura was like a mountain of thunder, as if it could suppress everything. It was very frightening. However, the strange thing was that although he could feel the terror of the Sea of Lightning, as he got closer and closer, he did not feel the slightest sense of danger, nor did he feel any pressure. He walked from 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning and gradually approached the 90 feet, then the 80 feet, the 70 feet, the 60 feet, the 50 feet, the 40 feet, the 30 feet, the 20 feet, the 10 feet. The entire process was as if he was truly walking on a flat road and did not encounter the slightest obstruction. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the Sea of Lightning. 0 distance. This, the middle stage Immortal Realm experts of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect only managed to get close to the Thunder Sea with their powerful soul treasures. However, he hasn't reached the Immortal Realm, but now he just walked so close to the Thunder Sea. All the cultivators lost their composure. Even the elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect were no exception. In their field of vision, Lin Tian did not put up any defenses at all. He just casually walked to the edge of the Lightning Sea. This was just too shocking, making everyone feel like they were seeing an illusion. This guy, that Thunder Sea can't hurt him? In the distance, Jiang Luluo also saw the scene. She couldn't help but open her mouth in disbelief. After that, she was visibly moved in the next moment as she thought of another matter. Earlier, there were numerous strange ancient markings inscribed on a stone wall, and only Lin Tian was able to comprehend them while the others would suffer misfortune if they tried to comprehend them. Moreover, Lin Tian said that those ancient markings contained the energy of lightning that was like heavenly tribulation, and it might be related to the legendary peerless lightning technique in this divine garden. Now, there was such a terrifying thunder sea in this place. It was confirmed that there was the legendary invincible thunder technique in it. Experts at the middle stage of the Immortal Realm couldn't even get close to it. However, Lin Tian walked into it as if he was walking on flat ground. He wasn't stopped at all. This gave her a very strange feeling. That lightning technique couldn't have been created for him, right? She was surprised. In front of her, as Lin Tian approached, the thunder sea suddenly boiled, and the aura of thunder chi soared. This made the surrounding cultivators tremble. They couldn't help but retreat further away from the thunder sea. Even the elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm from the Xian Luo immortal palace and the divine purple yin divine sect were no exception. They were afraid of being affected. As for Lin Tian, he was still safe and sound in that position. What? That aura of thunder chi can destroy the body and soul of an expert at the middle stage of the immortal realm in an instant. But he's fine. How could it be? It shouldn't be. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. Previously, when the elders from the Xian Luo immortal palace and the divine purple yin divine sect were 3 meters away from the thunder chi, they were instantly destroyed by the aura of thunder chi. They couldn't even escape. Now, the aura of thunder chi was at least 5 times stronger than before. However, Lin Tian, who was only at the Emperor Kong realm, was not injured at all. Most importantly, Lin Tian didn't put up any defense during the whole process. This was simply bizarre to the extreme. Why do I feel that the thunder sea has suddenly become more terrifying and boiling? It's like it's welcoming him? A cultivator muttered to himself. Then he was shocked by this thought because it was too strange. Rumble. In front of him, the thunder sea shook. 5 different kinds of thunder chi roared as if they were going to destroy the world. Lin Tian was at the edge of the thunder sea, so he could clearly feel that the thunder sea had become more terrifying. However, he didn't feel any pressure at all. He didn't feel any sense of danger at all. My feeling was right. As expected, the thunder sea can't hurt me. He muttered to himself. As a matter of fact, he was also very curious about this matter. After all, not even sempiternal realm middle stage experts were able to get close to this place, and their bodies and souls would be obliterated midway. Yet he was completely unaffected by it. This was indeed strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. He only knew that this was not a bad thing for him. He stood at the edge of the thunder sea and took a deep breath. Then he stepped into the thunder sea. He stepped in. He's fine. The thunder chi in the thunder sea didn't attack him. At this place, when the crowd of cultivators saw Lin Tian directly step into the sea of lightning, all of them trembled. After that, they gradually became shocked. This was because after Lin Tian entered the sea of lightning, the surging 5-colored lightning that seemed capable of destroying everything actually did not attack him at all. Instead, some of the lightning began to revolve around Lin Tian like lightning dragons. What's going on? This is too strange. Chapter 14:15. All the cultivators were shocked as they stared in disbelief at Lin Tian, who had stepped into the sea of lightning. All of them were dumbfounded. Experts at the middle stage of the immortal realm would be shocked to death before they could even get close to the thunder sea. However, Lin Tianji was only in the Emperor realm, but he was able to get close to the thunder sea as if he was walking on flat ground. Moreover, he was safe and sound after entering the thunder sea. He was not attacked by the terrifying thunderbolts. This scene was so bizarre that it shocked everyone. Who the hell is this guy? In the distance, Jiang Luolua's beautiful eyes widened. In the thunder sea, Lin Tian stood where he was. Thunderbolts intertwined around him. He could clearly feel how terrifying these thunderbolts were. They could easily crush immortal existences in the eternal realm. Even genuine immortals might not be able to withstand them. However, he who was only in the Emperor realm felt no pressure at all. He did not feel any sense of danger. He paused and glanced at Jiang Luoluo, who was far away from the thunder sea. Then, he stepped into the center of the thunder sea. He went deeper into the thunder sea. He's safe and sound. None of the thunderbolts hit him. Is it because the thunderbolts don't attack people who enter the thunder sea? As long as one enters the thunder sea, he will be safe and sound? This doesn't look like it. I don't think so either. Then why can he? Outside the Thunder Sea, the practitioners were all shocked. Even the powerful elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect were shocked. This young man is very strange. An elder of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace said in a low voice. Lin Tian had already entered the Thunder Sea. He walked toward the center and found that although the thunderbolts were terrifying and dense, they did not destroy the ground here. The ground was very intact. He was somewhat surprised by this, but he did not care too much about it. He did not change his pace. While observing the dense thunderbolts around him, he walked toward the center of the Thunder Sea. The roar of thunder kept ringing in his ears. Silver, blue, purple, red, black. He observed the thunder and lightning in the sea of thunder. The dense thunder and lightning were divided into 5 different colors: silver, blue, purple, red, and black. The power of the thunder and lightning contained in each color increased exponentially. The silver lightning was the weakest, and the black lightning was the strongest. Even the weakest silver lightning bolt could easily destroy an indestructible existence in the eternal realm. Just how strong was the person who created this lightning technique back then? Conservatively speaking, he should have reached the true God realm. He muttered to himself. With this in mind, he observed the dense lightning and thunder around him. He paused for a moment and continued to walk into the depths of the sea of lightning. As he took a step forward, thunder rumbled all around him. It was as if there were true dragons swimming in this space, and as if they had their own consciousness, they actually automatically made way for him. Everywhere he passed, the wind was smooth. This made Lin Tian feel a bit strange, but he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think too much about it. His footsteps didn't change, and he walked in the sea of lightning. Soon, he finally came to the center of the sea of lightning. Looking around, there was a brown stone platform in the center. It was neither big nor small, just enough for a person to sit cross-legged on. It was already covered with sand and dust, and he didn't know how long it had been in this position. When he came here, his eyes fell on the stone platform, and the spiritual soul in his sea of consciousness couldn't help but tremble slightly. On the stone platform, there was an extremely strong will of thunder and lightning. If the inheritance of that lightning technique really exists in this sea of lightning, then this stone platform is the real place where the person created the technique. He muttered to himself. He looked at the stone platform and walked forward until he was right in front of it. Immediately, he felt an even more amazing power of thunder and lightning. This place seemed to have once had a thunder god sitting cross-legged. His eyes lit up, and he wiped off the dust on the stone platform. After a pause, he sat cross-legged on the stone platform. That lightning technique, I must get it. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform, and his powerful divine thought immediately spread out. With the stone platform as the center, it spread in all directions and began to search for the inheritance of that lightning technique in the sea of lightning. Immediately, in just an instant, the sea of lightning boiled on its own. Bolts of thunder and lightning roared together, and as if they were attracted, they surged toward him. In just 3 breaths, the dense lightning gathered around him like real dragons and slowly rotated around him. Lin Tian naturally felt this, and he opened his eyes immediately. He was moved. At this time, his divine thought was no longer moving, but the lightning circled around him on its own. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform and stared at the lightning. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura contained within them, and he felt an unparalleled will of the Great Path, which made his Great Path precepts involuntarily move on their own. Buzz! The light of the Great Path intertwined around his body, and it seemed to be resonating with the lightning around him. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, his soul glowed on its own, intertwining with streaks of lightning arcs and crackling. These streaks of lightning had the aura of the heavenly tribulation, and it was proof that he had survived 9 consecutive, destructive, heavenly tribulations. Boom! 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 All around him, the aura of the lightning surged, and it shook this world, causing countless living beings in this space to tremble. In the next moment, the surrounding bolts of lightning vibrated, and they rumbled toward Lin Tian, trying to drown him. This scene frightened Lin Tian so much that he felt a chill run down his spine. If this kind of lightning came crashing down, he reckoned that even a true immortal level expert would be instantly struck to death. He almost wanted to get up and flee. However, in the end, he calmed down quickly because, although he could feel the terror of these lightning bolts, he still did not feel the slightest bit of danger. Then, in just an instant, the densely surging thunderbolts directly shrouded him within. Among them, 5 bolts of lightning were the most dazzling. They were silver, blue, purple, red, and black respectively, and they were like 5 divine dragons of Tao. In the next moment, they rushed toward Lin Tian's sea of consciousness together with the dense lightning that was about to drown him. Lin Tian's body trembled, and in the next moment, these bolts of lightning entered his sea of consciousness in an instant, and then circled around his soul, slowly revolving around it like thunder dragons. His soul was surrounded by these bolts of lightning, and the remaining power of lightning outside his soul after surviving 9 destructive, heavenly tribulations became even stronger. It vibrated together with the bolts of lightning that rushed into his sea of consciousness, causing it to seethe even more. Boom! 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 5 consecutive thunderous roars rang out. The 5 bolts of lightning were silver, blue, purple, red, and black respectively. They moved along with the dense lightning around them, and in an instant they turned into ancient runes that filled the sky. Each ancient rune was intertwined with infinite power of lightning. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. These ancient runes were too similar to the ancient runes that he had comprehended on the stone wall before. They had the same power of lightning. It could be said that these ancient runes were the complete form of the ancient runes on the stone wall. Boom! The dense bolts of lightning turned into ancient runes that filled the sky. Among them, 5 ancient runes were the brightest. They were evolved from the 5 bolts of lightning that were silver, blue, purple, red, and black respectively. They seemed to be the core of the ancient runes that filled the sky. At this moment, they collectively roared again, resounding through Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, causing monstrous waves to rise in the sea of consciousness in an instant. Lin Tianji felt a sharp pain in his head. The 5 ancient runes that were evolved from the 5 bolts of lightning emitted an even brighter light, like 5 immortal thunder swords. An incomparably tyrannical will of lightning flooded his sea of consciousness, causing a vague and obscure idea to gradually emerge in his heart. 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. Boom! The 5 most brilliant ancient runes roared and became even more dazzling. An earth-shaking thunder will seem to flatten the heavens. In the next moment, the 5 ancient runes, together with the other ancient runes that were formed from lightning, rushed into his spirit. In an instant, his spirit trembled violently. The dense lightning runes poured into his spirit, causing his spirit to tremble violently. A heart-wrenching pain instantly spread through his body, causing even someone as strong as him to let out a muffled groan. At the same time, strange images appeared in his sea of consciousness. He saw a vast sea of lightning tribulation, and a hazy figure charging through it, covered in blood. In the end, he shattered the tribulation and bathed in rainbow auspicious clouds, becoming even stronger. After that, time passed and the images changed. He saw the hazy figure going through the 2nd tribulation, the 3rd tribulation, the 4th tribulation, the 5th tribulation, the 6th tribulation, the 7th tribulation, the 8th tribulation, the 9th tribulation. This is... His body trembled violently, and shock filled his entire body. There were people like him who attracted the tribulation not only after reaching the immortal connecting realm, but were constantly bombarded by the tribulation. He was stunned by the images that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. He stared blankly at the hazy figure going through the tribulation continuously. In the end, he saw the hazy figure go through a total of 18 tribulations. 18 tribulations. His heart trembled. 18 tribulations in a row. Had the person in the images reached the divine Dharch realm? In the images, lightning filled the sky. The hazy figure tore through the 18th tribulation, bathed in the light of rainbow auspicious clouds, stepped into a divine island, walked through many places, and walked into a mountain. With a wave of his hand, he opened up a small world and meditated inside. He didn't know how long he sat there. When the world turned into mulberry fields, the hazy figure opened his eyes again. In an instant, electric arcs intertwined around him, turning into a sea of lightning in an instant. An unparalleled thunder was nurtured within. Through the blurry images, Lin Tian saw the hazy figure's eyes. There was endless vicissitudes and profoundness in them. At the same time, there was also an incomparably stubborn hatred. In an instant, it pierced through the misty world and suppressed everything in the world. Chapter 14:16. In the picture in the sea of consciousness, the pair of eyes were too big, many times bigger than the stars, as if they had existed since ancient times. Lin Tian's body shook immediately. This pair of huge eyes had appeared in his sea of consciousness twice, and he would never forget them. Now they had appeared again. Chi! With a soft sound, as the pair of huge eyes appeared, the picture in his sea of consciousness was instantly shattered. What's going on? The picture that appeared in his sea of consciousness should be the picture that the will of thunder contained in this place had preserved. That thunder technique was created by that hazy figure, and the moment the technique was completed, that person rushed into an unknown space. And in that unknown space there was a pair of huge eyes, exactly the same as the pair of huge eyes in the starry sky that had appeared in his sea of consciousness inexplicably. They were always filled with indifference and ruthlessness, which made him feel incredulous. When that pair of huge eyes appeared in his sea of consciousness before, he didn't know what they were, and he didn't even know if they actually existed. But now, after comprehending that thunder technique in this place, he knew that the pair of eyes actually existed. The peerless existence who created that thunder technique in this place rushed into that pair of huge eyes the moment the technique was completed. Moreover, that pair of huge eyes seemed to be terrifying. He didn't know what that pair of eyes were, and he didn't know why the person who created that thunder technique had rushed into that pair of huge eyes in the past. He also didn't know why he had seen that pair of huge eyes again and again. For a moment, his mind became a little confused, as if there was a mess in his mind. Boom! The roar of thunder resounded in his sea of consciousness, setting off waves of thunder and lightning, which made him come back to his senses slightly. At this moment, the 5 ancient runes formed by the 5 different colored thunderbolts, silver, blue, purple, red, and black, and other dense thunder runes vibrated in his divine soul, causing his sea of consciousness to become more turbulent, and the aura of thunder and lightning was frightening. They merged into his soul, and there was a wave of unparalleled lightning might that surged outwards. It was as if it could shake the heavens and shake the past and present. Lin Tian only felt a sharp pain in his soul. At this moment, he finally regained his senses. Then the lightning runes in his soul slowly disintegrated and merged with his soul. The profound lightning runes circulated in his mind again and again. It was a vast and terrifying scene. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders spell consists of silver, blue, purple, red, and black. Each color represents the heavens. When all 5 colors are formed, it is known as the thunder spell mastery. He muttered to himself. The densely packed, lightning ancient markings merged with his divine soul and were incomparably compatible with it. He didn't even bother to explore and comprehend these lightning markings. They were the complete lightning arts that had merged with his divine soul, allowing him to understand everything in the blink of an eye. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. This invincible thunder technique was deduced and created by that unparalleled expert in the past after going through 18 heavenly tribulations in a row. Because I kept going through heavenly tribulations after reaching the airborne realm, my spiritual soul gradually became entangled with strands of heavenly tribulation lightning. That's why I can perfectly fit this thunder technique. That's why I can enter this sea of lightning without being affected. At the same time, it's also because of this that I'm the only one who can comprehend the ancient markings on the stone wall that contain the power of the thunder spell. He muttered to himself, "Rumble, rumble, rumble." His divine soul trembled. The pain was still there, but it was even more intense. Those dense lightning runes were rapidly fusing with his divine soul. After that, even more lightning runes interweaved and poured into his heart. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. At this time he began to move. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center of the sea of lightning and began to vibrate the divine power in his body according to the ancient lightning spells that appeared in his mind. His hands also moved at the same time. Then, in the blink of an eye, his physical body shook slightly. Then, streaks of lightning appeared on the surface of his body. These streaks of lightning were faint silver and contained a strange power. They were very similar to the great path of thunder, but the essence was completely different. They were 2 different kinds of power from the great path of thunder and were far beyond the level of the great path of thunder. Boom! As he cultivated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders that appeared in his mind, a strong aura of thunder intertwined around him in the blink of an eye. The streaks of lightning on the surface of his body gradually increased. They were still faint silver and surrounded his entire body. Time flew by and a month passed. A month later, the silver streaks of lightning on the surface of his body became denser, causing the sea of lightning to shake again and again, emitting thunderous roars. He was aware of this, but he didn't care. His hands moved rhythmically as he seriously comprehended the profound thunder spell that appeared in his mind and cultivated diligently. Outside the sea of lightning, there were many cultivators. Everyone was staring at the sea of lightning, including the mortal elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Evolved Divine Sect. Since Lin Tian entered the sea of lightning, they had been staring at the sea of lightning. A month. That person has been in there for a month. Why hasn't he come out yet? There's no movement at all. Could it be that he died in the depths of the sea of lightning? Someone whispered. The sea of lightning was intertwined with dense streaks of lightning. The naked eye and divine thought could only see the scene at the edge of the sea of lightning. They couldn't see the situation inside. Lin Tian had been in there for a month, and there was no movement. Many people couldn't help but think that Lin Tian might have met with an accident in the depths of the sea of lightning and died there. It's okay. This guy must be okay. Jiang Luoluo muttered to herself in the distance, clenching her fists. She believed that Lin Tian could walk out of the sea of lightning unscathed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out. 3 figures flew in from the southeast, each of them exuding a strong and terrifying fluctuation of divine power. All of them were at the half-step eternal realm. They are the 3 supreme elders of the Fan family of the remote antiquity, the 3 most powerful people under the ancestor of the Fan family, all rushed here. Many cultivators recognized the 3 people and were all shocked. Even the elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Evolved Divine Sect were no exception. After all, the 3 supreme elders of the Fan family were in the half-step to the eternal realm, and their strength was much stronger than theirs. Jiang Luoluo was hiding in a secluded place far away. When she heard the voices of the cultivators and knew the identities of the 3 people who were rushing over, her expression changed. Just as Lin Tian had expected, The Fan clan had sent a grand elder to kill their way here. She hid in the distance while suppressing her aura with all her might, and she didn't move at all as she was deeply afraid of being noticed by the 3 supreme elders of the Fan clan, because once she was noticed, she would surely suffer great misfortune. And it was even to the extent that they might capture her and use her to threaten Lin Tian. She believed that Lin Tian would be able to walk out of the Sea of Lightning in a while. She didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Tian again. In the Sea of Lightning, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center. He forgot about himself and forgot about everything else as he cultivated the 5 thunders, shocking heaven extinction. The silver lightning on the surface of his body became denser, and the color gradually changed from light silver to thick silver. Buzz. Chapter 1417. Silver electric arcs intertwined around his body. Lin Tian moved his hands to practice the 5 heaven-shaking thunders skill that appeared in his mind. For a moment, his essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation soared at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The powerful aura of thunder intertwined, and the essence of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders skill flowed in his mind. He closed his eyes slightly, and his hands moved rhythmically. His divine power vibrated in a regular manner, and the intertwining lightning on his body became denser. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this day, the lightning outside his body became sharper and more overbearing. Its color was pure silver, and there was a thunderous aura intertwined around him like a heavenly tribulation. It was as if he was a god emperor who could control the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, his essence, chi, and spirit had become stronger. His cultivation had reached the peak of half-step immortal realm, and he was only a little away from the immortal realm. At this time he opened his eyes, and there were strands of silver lightning intertwined in his eyes. After entering the Thunder Sea and obtaining the legendary thunder technique, he had been practicing here for 2 months. He had already cultivated this thunder technique to the extreme with his current cultivation. He also had a certain understanding of this thunder technique. It could definitely be called a top-notch offensive saint technique. Moreover, it had the power to control tens of thousands of thunderbolts. Even if it was a heavenly tribulation, it could interfere with it to a large extent. It was indeed very useful for him to cross the heavenly tribulation in the future. It's time to leave. After obtaining the thunder skill and cultivating it to the highest level, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Moreover, Jiang Luoluo was still waiting for him outside. He stood up and walked down the stone platform. He glanced at the stone platform one last time, and then he walked back to the Thunder Sea. The Thunder Sea was vast, and the dense lightning bolts were rampant. Each of them was extremely terrifying. If he was struck by these lightning bolts at the same time, he was 100% sure that even a true immortal expert would not be able to withstand it. He would be struck to death in an instant. Originally, he did not feel any pressure as he walked in the sea of lightning and was not affected by these lightning bolts. Now, because he had mastered the 5 lightning heaven-shocking art, he felt even more relaxed as he walked in this sea of lightning. Not only did he not feel the slightest pressure, he even felt a comfortable feeling as if he was swimming in a hot spring. Soon, he had traveled a long distance along the path he had come from and gradually approached the edge of the sea of lightning. Boom! At this moment, there was an astonishing amount of divine power tumbling in front of them. 3 silhouettes approached the edge of the sea of lightning. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were already very close to the sea of lightning. They stepped forward cautiously and entered the sea of lightning one after another. At this time, Lin Tian was only a few feet away from the edge of the sea of lightning. Looking at the 3 people, he stopped in his tracks. This was the first time he had seen these 3 people, but he instantly guessed where they came from. Someone from the Fan clan, he said. He sensed a very familiar aura from the 3 of them. It was very similar to the aura of the Fan family leader and Fan Jinya. Their bloodline fluctuations were exactly the same, so he immediately knew that they were from the Fan family of the ancients. At the edge of the Thunder Sea, the three figures were indeed from the Fan family. They were the three grand elders of the Fan family, and their cultivations were all at half-step to the eternal realm. At this time they naturally heard Lin Tian's voice and noticed Lin Tian. "You're not dead." The Fan family leader, his brother Fan Jingye, and several elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm had all died because of Lin Tian, which caused the Fan family to be furious. Naturally, they had already known about Lin Tian. One of their purposes in coming to this place was to kill Lin Tian, and the other was to obtain the legendary unparalleled Thunder Skill. They had arrived outside the Thunder Sea a month ago and heard that many people in this place said that Lin Tian had entered the Sea of Lightning and might have died there. They stayed outside the Sea of Lightning for another month and carefully observed the Sea of Lightning. After another month, Lin Tian still did not come out. Gradually, they began to believe that Lin Tian had indeed died in the Sea of Lightning. At the same time, after a month of observation, they had a certain understanding of the Sea of Lightning. They began to walk to the edge of the Sea of Lightning with their powerful cultivation of half-step to the eternal realm. Then they stepped into the Sea of Lightning. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped into the Sea of Lightning, they saw Lin Tian, the man who had killed the Fan family leader. When they saw Lin Tian, they were shocked at first. Then their expressions turned cold, and the killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. It was like a few cold swords that wanted to cut through everything in the world. At the same time, many practitioners gathered outside the Sea of Lightning. They had been watching the three upper elders of the Fan family break through the Sea of Lightning. At this time, they naturally noticed the strange behavior of the three upper elders of the Fan family. Then they followed their gazes and saw Lin Tian. All of them were shocked, including the elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin Divine Sect. It's that man. He's still alive. He's not dead. He seems to be walking toward the Sea of Lightning. Is he preparing to leave the Sea of Lightning? Could it be that he has obtained the legendary invincible Thunder Skill in the Sea of Lightning? At this time, Lin Tian was only a few feet away from the edge of the Sea of Lightning. At this position, the practitioners outside the Sea of Lightning could barely see Lin Tian. Everyone was shocked. He's fine. He's still alive. Jian Luoluo was very happy outside the Sea of Lightning. Although she had always believed that Lin Tian would be fine and would be able to walk out of the Sea of Lightning unscathed, she could not help but worry when she heard the practitioners in this place say that Lin Tian had died in the Sea of Lightning. Now that she saw Lin Tian appear in front of her, unharmed, she immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. In the Sea of Lightning, Lin Tian looked at the three upper elders of the Fan family who had just stepped into the Sea of Lightning. His expression was very calm. "You want to kill me?" He looked at the three of them and asked. He could clearly feel their naked killing intent. In fact, he knew very well why the three of them had come to the Divine Garden. First, they were here for the 5 heaven-shaking Thunder Skill. Second, they were here to kill him. The three of them looked at Lin Tian and said, "Take your head!" As they spoke, one of them directly attacked. He stood in place and did not take a step forward. Instead, he raised his hand and performed a very powerful divine power, which pressed down on Lin Tian. This divine power was very powerful and mysterious. Its killing power was very frightening. It was enough to kill anyone below the eternal realm. Lin Tian stood in place. He could feel the terror of this divine power, but he did not care at all. He performed the 5 heaven-shaking thunders skill slightly. Immediately, a wisp of lightning aura spread out, causing the Sea of Lightning to tremble slightly. The intertwining bolts of lightning crackled and instantly crushed the divine power that the Fan family man had performed. Moreover, a powerful thunderbolt force rippled out like water ripples. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on the expert from the Fan clan who had attacked. It also enveloped the other 2 experts from the Fan clan beside him. In the next instant, it landed on the 3 of them. Chapter 1418. Outside the Thunder Sea. The crowd of cultivators turned pale. What happened just now? These cultivators only saw a Grand Elder from the Fan clan unleash a divine ability to kill Lin Tian. Then they saw the divine ability unleashed by the Grand Elder being crushed. Then the 3 Grand Elders from the Fan clan were all sent flying out of the Lightning Sea. That Thunder Sea is actively protecting that person. The crowd of cultivators looked at Lin Tian. They did not know that it was Lin Tian who had used the 5 Heavenly Thunders technique to guide the Thunder Sea to send the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan family flying. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Even the elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect were no exception. Lin Tian naturally noticed the shock in these cultivators' eyes, but he did not care at all. He walked out of the Thunder Sea leisurely. His gaze swept across the crowd and then fell on the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan family who were dozens of feet away. His expression was still calm and indifferent. "Won't your patriarch of the Fan family come to kill me personally?" He looked at the 3 of them and asked. The 3 Grand Elders of the Fan family were covered in blood. At this moment, they had painstakingly repaired their bodies. When they heard Lin Tian's words, their eyes turned cold. "You, an Emperor Realm Ant, are worthy of our patriarch coming out of seclusion to kill you personally? What a joke! You're not worthy." One of them said coldly. It was the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan family. Lin Tian looked at this person. Without saying anything, he casually pointed a finger. Suddenly, a silver lightning bolt rushed out of the Thunder Sea behind him. It was extremely fast and directly hit this person. With a puff, blood splattered. This person was instantly smashed into pieces. Even his spirit body disappeared. What? A lightning bolt rushed out of the Thunder Sea and killed the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan family. That's a half step to the Eternal Realm Expert. In an instant, many people trembled. Was the lightning in the Thunder Sea so terrifying? A casual strike could kill a half step to the Eternal Realm Expert. At the same time, these cultivators thought of something else. The silver lightning that had rushed out from the Sea of Lightning seemed to have appeared when Lin Tian extended his hand towards the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan clan. Then, the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan clan was killed. He can control the lightning in the Sea of Lightning. Someone said with a trembling voice. Of the 3 Fan clan Grand Elders, only 2 were left. The 1st Grand Elder and the 2nd Grand Elder were trembling uncontrollably. Their 3rd Grand Elder, a half step to Eternal Realm Expert, had died just like that. You! The 2 of them looked at Lin Tian with anger, shock, and fear. Lin Tian was not only able to move through the Sea of Lightning without being affected, but he could also guide the lightning attacks in the Sea of Lightning. After entering the Thunder Sea, you have already obtained the legendary Thunder technique and can guide the attacks of the Thunder Sea? The number 1 Grand Elder of the Fan clan gritted his teeth. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in this place was greatly shaken and their expressions changed. Did he really obtain the invincible Thunder technique? Everyone's gazes landed on Lin Tian at this moment. That legendary lightning technique, the supreme offensive saint technique derived from heavenly tribulation, had really been found by Lin Tian. Facing these people's gazes, Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. He was still as calm and indifferent as ever. It's a pity, but it would be wonderful if the Eternal Realm Patriarch of the Fan clan were here as well. He looked at the 1st Grand Elder of this branch and pointed his finger again. Suddenly, another silver lightning shot out from the Sea of Lightning behind him and landed on the Grand Elder in the blink of an eye. Ah! The Grand Elder screamed as his body and soul were destroyed in an instant. The 1st Grand Elder of the Fan clan, second only to the Patriarch of the Fan clan, he casually guided the lightning attacks in the Sea of Lightning twice in a row. This is right, absolutely right. He has found the legendary invincible thunder technique and has already cultivated it. That's why he can control the sea of lightning here. Everyone's hearts trembled. He obtained the thunder technique. This guy is really not ordinary. In the distance, Jiang Luoluo's eyes lit up. Of the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan clan, only the 2nd Grand Elder was left. He could not stop trembling in place. The 3 experts of the half-step Eternal Realm had attacked together, but 2 of them had been killed in an instant. And the person who killed them was only in the Emperor Realm. Looking at Lin Tian, the Grand Elder could not help but retreat. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the Grand Elder, still calm. If your Eternal Realm Patriarch also comes here, I can kill you all together, saving me trouble in the future. He had cultivated and mastered the 5 Heavenly Thunders technique, and the lightning here was completely created by the 5 Heavenly Thunders technique. He could easily control them. Even if a true immortal came, he could destroy him with a lift of his hand. If the Eternal Realm Patriarch of the Fan clan came here, he could guide the lightning here to destroy him directly, saving him trouble in the future. This was because he was sure that the ancestor of this lineage would eventually jump out to make trouble for him. If he did not live in this place, he would not be a match for the ancestor of the Fan family who was in the Eternal Realm, even if he had mastered the 5 heaven-shaking thunder skill. After all, the difference in cultivation between the 2 of them was too great. You should die too. He looked at the 2nd Grand Elder of the Fan clan and raised his hand. Immediately, another bolt of lightning rushed out from the sea of lightning. One of the objectives of the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan clan was to kill him, so he naturally would not show mercy. The lightning was extremely fast, and as soon as it rushed out of the sea of lightning, it enveloped the 2nd Grand Elder of the Fan clan. Then, with a shrill scream, he was directly struck to death. For a moment, the place fell into a dead silence. The 3 Grand Elders of the Fan clan, who were half a step to the Eternal Realm, were so easily annihilated by an Emperor Realm cultivator. Even the elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect felt a chill down their spines. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian from afar, unable to say a word as their eyes twitched violently. Lin Tian could see the shock in the hearts of the cultivators here, but he did not care. He calmly took a step forward, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Jiang Luoluo, who was hiding in the distance. That's amazing. You can actually guide the terrifying lightning attack from the sea of lightning. Did you really find that thunder technique? She looked at Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Lin Tian smiled faintly at her, but did not comment. Let's go, he said to Jiang Luoluo. Chapter 1419. Can we leave now? Seeing Lin Tian's expression and hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiang Luoluo's eyes lit up. She immediately understood many things. It seems that you really found the thunder skill. That's amazing. Not bad. Lin Tian smiled and said, let's go. Since he had found the thunder skill that could help him survive the heavenly tribulation in the future, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Immediately, he left with Jiang Luoluo and walked out of the space. Soon they were far away. This man, it can't be wrong. According to the situation just now, he must have found the peerless thunder skill. Counting the divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal and the peak eternal weapon, this man is simply full of treasures. In this place, a group of cultivators looked at Lin Tian's back as he left. Many of them could not help but twitch their eyes. Speaking of which, the Fan family has suffered a great loss in this man's hands. Yes, Fan Jingye at the early stage of Immortal Realm, for elders at the middle stage of Immortal Realm, the patriarch of the Fan family at the peak of Immortal Realm, and 3 supreme elders at the half-step Eternal Realm. So many experts have died. This is the first time the Fan family has encountered such a thing since its inception. The Eternal Realm Patriarch of this lineage will probably come out in person soon. Nonsense after such a series of events. How can the patriarch of the Fan family sit still? He will definitely jump out and attack that man personally. That's an Eternal Realm expert. If he really jumps out, no matter how monstrous that man is, he won't be able to resist him. After all, that man is only at the Emperor Realm. He's too weak compared to an Eternal Realm expert. Of course, he won't be able to resist him. He must have some special reasons to be able to kill the patriarch of the Fan family at the peak of a mortal realm. Just now, he was able to kill the 3 supreme elders at the half-step Eternal Realm because he drew the power of the Thunder Sea. If he only relied on his own strength, he will never be a match for the patriarch of the Fan family and the 3 supreme elders, let alone the patriarch of the Fan family, who is in the Eternal Realm. If he really fights with them, he will definitely die. Well, that's not necessarily true. Maybe he has some special means to deal with Eternal Realm experts? After all, that person always gives people a mysterious and evil feeling. He can't be judged by common sense. That does make sense. Why do you care about that? I know now that that person is a walking treasure trove. Some cultivators murmured. Their eyes lit up as they stared at the direction where Lin Tian left. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and devour Lin Tian, erasing all the divine treasures on Lin Tian's body. The treasures on Lin Tian's body were simply too shocking. Anyone who obtained them would definitely be able to step into the ranks of supreme experts in the future. It wouldn't be a problem for them to dominate a domain. The elders of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yin God Sect looked at the Sea of Lightning with a strange light in their eyes, then glanced in the direction Lin Tian left. Return to the clan and report everything about that person to the patriarch. An elder of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace said to another elder of his sect. The 2 elders of the Purple Yin God Sect looked at each other. Then one of them said in a deep voice, "Return." He only spat out 2 words, but the other elder Yen beside him obviously knew the deeper meaning of these 2 words. Return to the Purple Yin God Sect and report all the information he knew about Lin Tian to the higher-ups. Because Lin Tian was too extraordinary. Whether it was the divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal or the legendary peerless thunder technique in the Divine Garden, he was extremely attractive. They had to report all of this to their superiors so that their sect masters, venerated elders, and old ancestors would know about it. Then, these top-level figures would decide what kind of attitude they should use to deal with this matter. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo with him. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. At this time, they had already left the space where the Sea of Lightning was and walked out of the primitive mountain that contained the special space. Roar! Roar! As they walked out of the mountain, the deafening roar of beasts and birds resounded through the sky. The 2 walked on foot away from the mountain. Not long after, they walked a long distance. "Can we leave this broken place?" Jiang Luoluo asked Lin Tiandao. She really didn't want to stay in this divine garden. She had suffered a lot when she first fell in, so her impression of this so-called ancient, immortal divine garden was extremely bad. "What's the rush? We have nothing to do outside. Why don't we walk around this divine garden? Maybe we can find something good," Lin Tiandao said. They didn't have anything urgent that they had to deal with. This divine garden had been closed since the prehistoric era until now. After such a long time, there should be many precious treasures in this place. Sure, Yen wanted to search around. Perhaps he could find something good that could help him enter the immortal realm directly. Jiang Luoluo curled her lips, although she really didn't want to stay in this divine garden. Since Lin Tian wanted to stay for a while, she naturally wouldn't object. Moreover, Lin Tian was right. There was nothing for them to do outside right now, so searching for treasures and fortuitous encounters in the divine garden wasn't a bad idea. Boom! At this moment, a region far to the northwest of the divine garden suddenly shook violently. An astonishing medicinal fragrance, accompanied by dense spiritual qi, rushed out. This, Jiang Luoluo's expression changed. What a rich medicinal fragrance. What a rich spiritual energy. I can actually sense it from so far away. Could it be that some super holy medicine has been born there? Not only her, but even Lin Tian, who was half-step into the immortal realm, couldn't help but be shocked by the medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy. I just said to look for treasures. I didn't expect them to jump out like this. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Come, let's go, he said to Jiang Luoluo. Golden divine light wrapped around Jiang Luoluo, and he turned into a golden bolt of lightning, rushing toward the northwest of the divine garden. Based on the astonishing spiritual energy and rich medicinal fragrance rushing out from that location, he was 100% sure that there was an incredible treasure there. If he could get it, he might be able to reach the immortal realm in the blink of an eye. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed over dozens of mountains and arrived at a plain. As far as the eye could see, the plain in front of him was very large. At the center of the plain, smoke and dust billowed. The surface of the ground there had shattered, revealing a huge and vast underground world. The astonishing medicinal fragrance and rich spiritual energy from before had come from that location. It was obvious that they had rushed out from the underground world. There's actually such an underground world here. The medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy just now seemed to have rushed out from the underground world. There must be some rare treasures in there. Come, let's go down. At this moment, many cultivators had come to this place. It was obvious that they had been in the vicinity since the beginning and had rushed here from nearby. Many of them looked at the underground world with shining eyes and then rushed down. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cultivators had stepped into the underground world. Moreover, even more cultivators were rushing here from afar. They were all attracted by the astonishing medicinal fragrance and rich spiritual energy from before. Let's go down too. Lin Tian said to Jiang Luoluo. With a flash of golden light, he brought Jiang Luoluo through the crack in the center of the plain and shot into the underground world. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the surface of the underground world. As far as the eye could see, this underground world was unimaginably vast. There were many mountains and rivers, and there was a lot of vegetation. It was no different from a real small world. Strange. Previously, I could still feel the astonishing medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy on the surface. But after entering the underground world, why did the medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy become fainter? Jiang Luoluo muttered. There should be a very amazing sacred medicine here. So, you can roughly think of the current situation like this. The amazing sacred medicine here has been continuously emitting medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy. The medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy are floating in the air. Previously, because the surface of the ground was broken open, the circulation of the airflow caused most of it to rush to the surface. So, when we enter the underground now, the medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy in the air are naturally weaker than outside. Lin Tiandao. He looked at this subterranean world, and faint light of dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. Dragon patterns also spread out from the soles of his feet. He briefly explored this subterranean world, and then led Jiang Luoluo into the depths of the space. Zien planet, where the Fan family was located. What? An angry roar came from the depths of the Fan family. Murderous intent filled the sky. Fan Jingye of the Fan family, who was at the early stage of the immortal realm, had been killed. 4 elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm had died. The patriarch of the Fan family, who was at the peak of the immortal realm, had been killed. 3 supreme elders at the half-step eternal realm had also fallen. This made the other elders of the Fan family tremble. The eternal realm ancestor of the Fan family roared, his terrifying eternal realm divine power seeming to destroy everything. Bastard! On this day, a rainbow light rushed out from the depths of the Fan family. The old ancestor of the Fan family had personally moved, rushing towards the ancient, immortal divine garden. In the underground world, in the northwest of the ancient, immortal divine garden, Lin Tiandao led Jiang Luoluo through this underground world. He used the dragon burial scripture to explore the general trend of the earth veins and the topography of this space. At this time, they entered a chain of mountains. Are you sure there are good treasures in this area? Jiang Luoluo asked. Yes, Lin Tiandao. As the master of the dragon burial scripture, he was very good at understanding the direction of the earth veins. Naturally, he was very clear about where treasures and divine objects were most likely to appear. The mountains in this chain of mountains were not tall, but they were very dense. There was very little vegetation on them. Some of the mountains were pitch black, while others were reddish-brown. Many places were shrouded in a faint mist. He and Jiang Luoluo walked through this chain of mountains. Soon they went further and further. Gradually, many withered bones appeared on the ground. Among them there were the skulls of demonic apes, the tail bones of saber-toothed tigers, and the wing bones of lightning birds. All of them belonged to demonic beasts. At the same time, when they arrived here, they felt a somewhat familiar wave of demonic qi in the air. It was mixed with a faint wisp of genuine immortal qi. For a moment, they could not help but be shocked. This seems to be the aura of the purple-scaled python in the mine. Wasn't it in seclusion to break through to the genuine immortal realm? Why is there its aura here? Is it too tired from seclusion, so it came here to relax? Chapter 1420. Jiang Luoluo shrunk her neck, and Lin Tian's expression changed. This place actually had the aura of the purple-scaled python that was trying to break through to the true immortal realm. He was really surprised. That ancient demonic beast had come to this place. It should have stayed in the mine to break through to the true immortal realm. It shouldn't have come here. Or did it successfully break through to the true immortal realm and come here after it came out? He guessed in his heart, but he immediately shook his head because this possibility was not high. According to what he saw at that time, that ancient demonic beast definitely couldn't break through to the true immortal realm so quickly. Boom! Suddenly, in the distance of this chain of mountains, a terrifying demonic aura appeared. A purple-scaled python appeared in the sky. Its demonic eyes were deep, and the demonic aura around its body was as hot and terrifying as the ancient demonic flames. It seemed to be using some kind of great magic. It's really that ancient demonic beast. Jiang Luoluo widened her eyes. Lin Tian was also shocked. That ancient demonic beast that was trying to break through to the true immortal realm had really come here. It seems to be breaking some kind of restriction. Let's retreat. Retreat immediately. Jiang Luoluo swallowed her saliva and whispered to Lin Tiandao. 2 months ago, Lin Tian had lured the clan leader of the Fan clan and the others to the place where the violet python was in seclusion. They had borrowed the python's peerless demonic might to evade the threat posed by the clan leader of the Fan clan and the others, killing all of them instead. However, they had also disturbed the python's seclusion. If the python discovered them now, they would definitely die here. Lin Tian nodded. At this time, he didn't say anything more. They had to retreat. In front of them, a strong demonic aura was rolling. The purple-scaled python's body was mixed with faint true immortal qi. It was trying hard to break through something. Almost at the same time, it glanced out of the corner of its eye and saw Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo. "Humans, it's you!" The purple-scaled python let out a roar. Its pair of demonic eyes were exceptionally cold. It swung its tail like a real dragon, swinging its tail. A beam of demonic light rushed out like a sharp blade, straight towards Lin Tian and the other man at an extremely fast speed. More than 2 months ago, when it was in seclusion in its own mind to break through to the true immortal realm, Lin Tian led a group of people into its mine and disturbed it. Naturally, it recognized Lin Tian. At this time, it was in this underground world. When it noticed Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo from afar, It immediately shook and emitted a demonic light, crushing toward Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo. This was the demonic light of a half-step to true immortal, and there was even a hint of killing intent mixed within it. It was so terrifying that even an ordinary eternal realm being might not be able to withstand it. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. He could easily feel the horror of this demonic light, which made his internal organs turn cold. Even so, it did not make him unable to move. At this time, he quickly displayed the 9th level of the Yin and Yang steps. At the same time, he also ran the 5 Thunder sky-shocking skill, causing dense thunderbolts to intertwine on the surface of his body. With the help of the Yin and Yang steps, he directly pulled Jiang Luoluo to the right side. Whoosh! In just a moment, the great void was distorted. At this moment, his speed reached an extremely amazing level. With the help of the Yin and Yang steps, his pure speed was almost comparable to that of an expert at a half-step to eternal realm. It was as if he had teleported more than 300 meters away, as if he had just teleported. He narrowly avoided the demonic light thrown by the purple-scaled python. Then, the demonic light thrown by the purple-scaled python fell on the place where he and Jiang Luoluo had been standing, directly annihilating the surface of that place. The space within a radius of hundreds of meters turned into a chaotic zone in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the purple-scaled python showed a strange expression. It was about to reach the true immortal realm. Although the demonic light that it sent out just now was casual, it was definitely terrifying and fast. However, it was dodged by an Emperor Realm cultivator, which made it feel a little surprised. Then, in the next moment, it noticed the thunder arcs on the surface of Lin Tian's body. Immediately, its demonic body shook. Its demonic eyes showed a look of disbelief, staring at Lin Tian in the distance. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo to avoid the attack of the purple-scaled python. At this time, he did not dare to have the slightest hesitation and directly moved again. With the help of the 5 Thunders sky-shocking skill and the Yin and Yang steps, he rushed to the distance. The speed of thunder and lightning was very fast, and with the help of the thunder technique and the Yin and Yang steps, he could naturally increase his speed. At this time, he used the 5 Thunders sky-shocking skill and the Yin and Yang steps to increase his speed to the extreme, to escape from here. Human, wait! The purple-scaled python's voice sounded. At this time, its real body moved at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it blocked in front of Lin Tian. The majestic demon aura around its body completely sealed the surrounding space. It's over, it's over, it's over. This time it's really over. I said that we should leave this demonic garden island as soon as possible. Jiang Luoluo wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. At this time, he regretted that he did not leave directly after obtaining the 5 Thunders sky-shocking skill. He did not expect to meet the purple-scaled python in the previous mine here. This was an ancient demonic beast at the half-step true immortal realm. It was terrifying. Now that they were trapped by it, how could they resist it? Human, you obtained the god's inheritance in this divine garden. The purple-scaled python's voice sounded again, and it stared straight at Lin Tian. At this time, there was no coldness in its eyes, and there was no coldness in its voice. Instead, there was a trace of surprise and excitement. Lin Tian naturally noticed the change in the purple-scaled python. At this moment, the great evil beast did not have any hostility toward him at all. Its eyes were full of surprise and excitement, as if it was expecting something. He paused and said, I don't know what the god's inheritance is, but not long ago, in a special space in this divine garden, I obtained a powerful thunder technique. That's right. According to legend, the god's inheritance is a peerless thunder technique. You really obtained it. These intertwining lightning arcs around your body. This kind of aura is exactly the same as the invisible divine thunder aura that is suppressing us and preventing us from leaving this divine garden. The purple-scaled python was excited. It was obviously about to reach the true immortal realm. It was an ancient living fossil that had lived for countless years, but at this time it was so excited that its body was trembling. Lin Tian was moved. He looked at the purple-scaled python and said, "There is an invisible divine thunder aura that is suppressing all the demonic beasts born in this divine garden, preventing you from leaving this divine garden?" he asked. Then he remembered what Jiang Luoluo said before. When she first fell into this divine garden to escape, the demonic beasts in this divine garden were unable to leave due to some special reason. They were unable to enter the divine garden to chase after her. So it turned out that there was an invisible divine thunder aura that was suppressing them. Chapter 14:21. From its birth to its current cultivation level of half-step true immortal, the purple-scaled python had spent an unknown number of years in this divine garden. Even though it knew that the outside world was very vast, and even though it was strong enough, it was still unable to leave. It could only move about in this divine garden. It could be said to be a form of torture. Now, Lin Tian had appeared here and obtained the divine inheritance of this divine garden. He possessed the same aura as the divine lightning aura that prevented it from leaving this divine garden. It believed that if Lin Tian was willing to help it, he would definitely be able to take it out of this divine garden that was like a cage to it. At this moment, its eyes were filled with anticipation. "Please, human," it said again. At the same time, the demonic aura outside its body calmed down, causing the confined space around it to return to its original state. Lin Tian looked at this violet-scaled python that was half-step true immortal. He could clearly sense that the python's emotions were fluctuating violently. At this moment, it was as if he was the only life-saving straw that it could grab onto when it was about to drown. He paused for a moment and said, "Let me sense it." He stood where he was and operated the 5 heaven-shaking thunder spell. Together with his powerful divine sense, he scanned the sky of this divine garden. At the same time, he also enveloped the violet-scaled python in front of him. In next to no time, a few tens of breaths had passed, and his expression changed slightly. He had indeed sensed the aura of lightning that was similar to the 5 heaven-shaker lightning technique coiled around the divine garden, and all living beings born within the divine garden would be suppressed and unable to leave. At the same time, he also sensed that with the help of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder spell that he controlled, he could indeed help all living creatures born in this divine garden to leave this place safely. "How is it?" Jiang Luoluo asked him. "It's right. There is indeed a divine lightning aura in this divine garden that prevents all living creatures born in this divine garden from leaving. With the lightning technique that I obtained in that space, I can indeed help it leave." Lin Tiandao. Jiang Luoluo was shocked. "Really?" The purple-scaled python's body trembled slightly. After knowing that Lin Tian had obtained the inheritance of the thunder technique, although it had absolute confidence that Lin Tian could rely on the thunder technique to bring it out of this space, when it heard Lin Tian's words, it couldn't help but become even more excited. It stared at Lin Tian and said, "Human, please, you must help me." Ever since it was born, it had cultivated to the half-step true immortal realm. It had stayed in this divine garden for far too long. Now that it had a chance to leave, that there was someone who could bring it out, its eyes were filled with pleading. Lin Tian paused and said, "No problem, I can help you. But in exchange, you have to do 2 things for me." He didn't pause and directly said, "These 2 things are not difficult for you. First, accompany me to a valley in this world to retrieve an item. Second, help me find the coordinates of an ancient star in the starry sky." There was a fragment of Sword Soul in the celestial devouring valley of the Xian star. It was very dangerous for ordinary eternal realm experts to enter. Even though he was a reincarnated body, he had to at least reach the peak of the immortal realm to have the confidence to enter the depths of the celestial devouring valley and retrieve the fragment of Sword Soul. Now, there was a half-step true immortal in front of him. He believed that, with his ability, he should be able to quickly enter the depths of the celestial devouring valley and retrieve the fragment of Sword Soul. As for helping him find the coordinates of an ancient star in the starry sky, it was naturally to find the location of the 10 directions heaven territory. He really wanted to go back to the 10 directions heaven territory. There were too many important people in that ancient star that he cared about. Just these 2 things. The purple-scaled python asked for an existence at its level. The 2 things that Lin Tian mentioned were not difficult. Yes, just these 2 things. Lin Tiandao. In fact, among these 2 things, he initially thought that he should not let the python accompany him to the celestial devouring valley to retrieve the fragment of Sword Soul because it was too extraordinary. Although he wanted to get the fragment of Sword Soul as soon as possible, he was also worried that the purple-scaled python would be disloyal after seeing the fragment of Sword Soul and try to snatch it. However, after thinking about it seriously, he rejected this idea in the end. Because when this great ominous beast knew that he controlled the inheritance of the sect god and could take him away, it could completely threaten him with death. After all, it was at the half-step true immortal realm, and it definitely had the ability to force him to submit. However, the python did not do that. Instead, it humbled itself and asked for help. It was enough to show that the python was not a sinister person and would not do such a despicable thing. Okay, no problem. I swear on my dignity that as long as we can get out of here, I will help you with these 2 things. The purple-scaled python said solemnly, compared to Lin Tian taking it away from the divine garden and asking it to do these 2 simple things for Lin Tian. It was really too simple. Good, then it's a deal. Lin Tiandao. In fact, it was very simple for him to help the purple-scaled python leave the divine garden. The purple-scaled python was a little excited, but calmed down after a while. Demonic light intertwined and turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. I found a piece of supreme immortal jade in this underground world. It is very useful for me to break through to the true immortal realm. I want to find it first and then leave. Is that okay? Its cultivation was very strong and could look down on the Xian planet. However, it did not put on any airs in front of Lin Tiandao and spoke frankly. Supreme immortal jade? Lin Tiandao was a little surprised. He naturally knew about this kind of precious jade. It was said that it was formed by the aura of the immortal Tao drifting between heaven and earth. It was a supreme treasure for those who were breaking through to the true immortal realm. Not only could it help those who are breaking through to the true immortal realm to enter the true immortal realm very quickly, but it could also help those who are breaking through to the true immortal realm to condense true immortal qi. Its value was amazing. At the same time, he finally understood why this purple-scaled python, who was originally in the mine, suddenly came to this underground world when it was trying to break through to the true immortal stage. It turned out that it had sensed that there was a supreme immortal jade in this place. Then he remembered that he had led the Fan family master and others into the purple-scaled python's secluded meditation place 2 months ago. He said, "Oh, by the way, I was chased by someone and broke into your secluded meditation place. I should have caused you a lot of trouble. I am sorry." 2 months ago, the purple-scaled python was trying to break through to the genuine immortal realm. In order to escape from the clutches of the Fan family's patriarch and the others, he had lured them into the cave and disturbed the purple-scaled python's closed-door cultivation. The purple-scaled python waved its hand. "It doesn't matter. Although it did cause me some trouble at that time, it is not a big deal. I have been trying to break through to the true immortal realm for a long time, but it has always been difficult to succeed. Even if the incident 2 months ago hadn't happened, I still wouldn't have been able to enter the true immortal realm so easily. I still need more accumulation. Moreover, just now I attacked you and the little girl beside you. Since you are both unharmed, let's call it even." It was really afraid that it had killed Lin Tian and Jiang Luluo, especially Lin Tian. If it had killed Lin Tian, it would have regretted it for the rest of its life. It wouldn't even have a place to cry, because now Lin Tian was its only hope to leave this divine garden. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was its star of light. Okay, Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Then he said, "Senior, let's wait for you to get the supreme celestial jade before we leave. At the same time, I happen to be looking for a worldly treasure in this place." He could see that the purple-scaled python had been cultivating for at least 100,000 years. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to call it senior. Moreover, he'd already searched this place repeatedly with the dragon burial scripture, and he was 100% sure that an extraordinary treasure of the heavens and the earth was definitely growing in this area. If he obtained it, then it would definitely be able to assist him in attaining the eternal realm. Treasures of heaven and earth? The purple-scaled python showed a strange expression. Is there a faint medicinal fragrance? Is there a special spiritual energy mixed with this medicinal fragrance? Lin Tian was surprised. Senior, you know about it? Jian Luoluo was also surprised. What the purple-scaled python mentioned was very similar to what they were looking for. The purple-scaled python said with a smile, "In a corner of the place where I found the supreme celestial jade, there was a strange plant with 5-colored leaves and 5-colored flowers. It had a faint medicinal fragrance and a special spiritual energy. It was quite extraordinary. However, it was useless to me, so I didn't pay attention to it. But now, it seems that the worldly treasure you are looking for is this plant." Immediately, it brought Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo away with its demonic light. With a flash, they arrived at a dark canyon. As far as the eye could see, there were many corpses in the canyon. The soil was inky black and the air was slightly cold. There, the python opened its mouth and pointed at an inconspicuous corner of the canyon. Lin Tian looked in the direction that the purple-scaled ominous light was pointing at and saw a 3-inch tall treasure flower. Just like what the purple-scaled ominous python said, the leaves were 5 colors and the flowers were 5 colors as well. As a whole, it looked like a phoenix that was about to soar into the immortal area. 5-colored phoenix plant. Lin Tian's eyes glinted as he recognized this precious flower. He had once read the description of this exotic flower in an ancient book. If one refined it, it would allow a half-step immortal realm expert to directly step into the immortal realm. "So beautiful," Jiang Luoluo said. Her knowledge wasn't as broad as Lin Tian's. She didn't know what the flower in front of her was. She could only feel that it was very beautiful. The purple-scaled python looked at Lin Tian and said to Lin Tian, "Little friend, you go and get it. This thing is useless to me. After you get it, I will use the technique to take out the supreme celestial jade from the bottom of this canyon. It will take about 3 days." Lin Tian nodded. He did not hesitate or act pretentiously because this treasure flower was indeed useless to the purple-scaled python. He took a step, flashed, and arrived in front of the 5-colored phoenix plant. He used a special technique to pick the precious flower and carefully put it into his stone ring. After that, he returned. "Thank you, Senior," he said to the purple-scaled python. The purple-scaled python waved its hand. "There is no need to thank me. Little friend, you are too polite." Then it said, "Little friend, please step back. I will take the supreme celestial buzz." Suddenly, the canyon trembled, interrupting the purple-scaled vicious python's words. A streak of silver light emerged from the ground and rushed into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The supreme celestial jade is intelligent. It wants to escape from here by following the earth vein. Chapter 1422. The silver precious light was dazzling as it emerged from the ground. Like a spirit, it rushed out of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. Is this the supreme celestial jade? Lin Tian was shocked. The supreme celestial jade moved, and he could see with his naked eyes that it was intertwined with dense, genuine celestial energy. He suddenly felt that the 5-colored phoenix plant's birth here should be related to this piece of supreme immortal jade. It should have been nurtured by true immortal energy. Boom! Demonic light shone brightly as the purple-scaled python attacked quickly. The half-step genuine celestial demonic light surged and enveloped a radius of several hundred feet. It prevented the supreme celestial jade from escaping and tried to grab it from the ground. However, the result wasn't ideal. The silver light outside the supreme celestial jade was very dense, and many earth veins in this place moved because of it. A mysterious domain was formed, and the powerful demonic light released by the purple-scaled python was isolated for a short time. It couldn't effectively grab the supreme celestial jade from the ground. A half-step genuine celestial powerhouse can't catch it. Jian Luoluo was surprised. It was born here and it came from my will. It can escape by using the power of the world veins here. It's difficult to trap it with pure power, and if you try to catch it with pure brute force, you'll damage it directly, which will greatly affect its divine power. Lin Tian said. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and dense dragon patterns appeared under his feet. It was as if many genuine dragons were flying out, and they spread in all directions and branded themselves in every corner of the canyon. The supreme celestial jade suddenly trembled and became chaotic, and its speed dropped by several hundred times. "Senior, do it. Catch it in one fell swoop," he said to the purple-scaled python. The purple-scaled python's strength was extraordinary, and it could see that the supreme celestial jade was obstructed. It didn't hesitate, and its half-step genuine celestial demonic power surged and transformed into a great demonic claw. It interweaved with demonic patterns and grabbed the supreme celestial jade from the ground. I got it." The purple-scaled python was slightly excited. A piece of supreme celestial jade was more valuable than an ordinary supreme celestial jade, and if it was refined later, it could enter the genuine celestial realm more smoothly and quickly. It used demonic patterns to seal the supreme celestial jade and put it away. It looked at Lin Tiandao and thanked him. "Thank you, young friend." Just now, if it hadn't been for Lin Tian's help, it wouldn't have been able to grab the supreme immortal jade in one piece. At this moment, its face was filled with gratitude. At the same time, its eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. It's hard to imagine. Even I, a half-step true immortal, find it difficult to stop the movement of the supreme immortal jade, but you, a half-step immortal cultivator, forcefully interrupted it. Moreover, you didn't damage it in the slightest. You're truly worthy of being the person who obtained the inheritance of the gods in this divine garden. It looked at Lin Tian and was truly a little shocked. "I just happened to cultivate a technique related to the grand momentum of heaven and earth. I can cut off the supreme immortal jade and use the earth veins here to escape." Lin Tiandao. The supreme immortal jade was psychic, and it could use the earth veins here to escape. Without cutting off the connection between the jade and the earth veins here, if it forcefully grabbed it with brute force, it might damage the jade. Therefore, although the purple-scaled python's cultivation was astonishing and its strength was astonishing, it was somewhat restrained because it was obviously not good at manipulating the earth veins' grand momentum. However, it was different. It had mastered the dragon burial scripture, so it could forcefully interfere with the earth veins' grand momentum here, so that the psychic supreme immortal jade couldn't borrow its strength and cut off its connection with the earth veins' grand momentum, preventing it from borrowing the power of the earth veins here. After that, with the purple-scaled python's great strength, it naturally grabbed the supreme immortal jade in an instant. "It's really amazing," the purple-scaled python said seriously. Then it once again expressed its gratitude to Lin Tian. It was ready to use brute force to grab the supreme immortal jade, but it didn't expect that Lin Tian would directly cut off the connection between the supreme immortal jade and the earth veins here, allowing it to obtain an intact supreme immortal jade. Moreover, it was a psychic supreme immortal jade, so it was really grateful. Lin Tian waved his hand, saying that it was not necessary. "The matter here is over, right? Now, can we leave this stupid divine garden?" Jiang Luoluo said. She wholeheartedly didn't want to stay in this divine garden. Lin Tian nodded. It was enough to get the 5-colored phoenix plant, After refining it, he could break through to the immortal realm. At this time, he could leave, and there was no need to look for any immortal fate here. At this time, leaving the divine garden and leaving with the purple-scaled python could let it accompany him to the immortal devouring valley to get the sword soul fragment there, and then help him find the star's coordinates in the 10 directions heavenly domain. He really wanted to go back to the 10 directions heavenly domain now. Thinking of this, he tilted his head and looked at the purple-scaled python. I have no more questions. I can leave at any time. The purple-scaled python's eyes lit up. It had obtained the supreme immortal jade, and now John Luluo said that they would leave the divine garden. In fact, it was looking forward to it because it had been trapped in this divine garden for a long time and had never been to the outside world. It was full of yearning and anticipation for the outside world. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian. Immediately, they left the underground space, rushed to the surface, and flew toward the edge of the divine garden. In the blink of an eye, they were very far away from the location of the underground world. It's that person. The person who killed the Fan family's patriarch swaggered out of the divine garden. The eternal realm patriarch of the Fan family has come to the divine garden and is looking for him everywhere. Doesn't he know? There were many cultivators in the divine garden. At this time, many of them saw Lin Tian and were shocked. It's said that the eternal realm patriarchs of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect have also come to this divine garden. The strongest experts of these 2 inheritances are also here. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Isn't it obvious? Obviously, they are also here for that person. After all, that person has obtained the legendary thunder technique and the divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal. They are all amazing treasures. Many cultivators discussed. Their voices were very low and they were far from Lin Tian, but Lin Tian still heard them. The Fan family patriarch is not a big deal, but the patriarchs of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect have also jumped out to look for me. A faint light intertwined in his eyes. Beside him, the purple-scaled python was surprised. It looked at Lin Tiandao and asked, "Little friend, you've obtained the legendary primordial heavenly crystal." It naturally knew that the primordial heavenly crystal was a sacred object that was difficult to find in the world. It did not expect Lin Tian to have found a piece and used it to forge a divine pagoda. This was a little shocking. The divine pagoda's value was immeasurable. I was lucky to have obtained one, Lin Tian said with a smile. Many cultivators knew that he had a divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal, so there was no need to hide it. Boom! At this moment, a powerful wave of divine power surged. An elder appeared in the distance. Terrifying waves of divine power interweaved around his body. As he moved, he caused the void to shatter inch by inch. He was like a furious dragon in human form, flying toward them at high speed. The Fan family patriarch. Chapter 14:23. The Fan family's ancestors. Divine power tumbled around his body. The cold air was oppressive as he rushed over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the Fan family's ancestor rushed forward, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. An icy chill immediately suppressed everything. For a moment, everyone present couldn't help but tremble. This was because the old ancestor of the Fan family was an eternal realm expert, an immortal existence. To ordinary cultivators, an existence of this level was no different from a deity. The old ancestor of the Fan family was dressed in purple robes. It was unknown how long he had lived for. His eyes were incomparably deep, but the blood chi rippling from him was extremely shocking. It was like a furnace, but also like an abyss, causing one to feel fear just by looking at him. Beast! Looking at Lin Tian, his voice was cold as he approached step by step. The killing intent outside his body was not concealed at all. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the void, facing the Fan family's ancestor. He naturally felt a huge pressure. The other party's killing intent was like a raging sea, and he was like a small boat that could be crushed by this raging sea at any time. However, his expression was calm, without any fear. He was calm and composed. "Old man, you're going to die if you force your way in like that," Jiang Luo whispered. She could clearly feel how terrifying the Fan family's ancestor's aura was. However, like Lin Tianyi, she didn't show any fear at this time. Hearing her words, all the cultivators here were stunned. What is she saying? The Fan family's ancestor will die? Is she scared out of her wits? The Fan family's ancestor was an eternal realm expert. He was immortal and had looked down on the Xian ancient star for tens of thousands of years. He, the Xian Luo Immortal Palace's ancestor, and the Xian Divine Sex ancestor were the true rulers of the Xian ancient star. But now, a little girl who was only in the airborne realm said that the Fan family's ancestor, who was chasing Lin Tian to this divine garden, would die. This made all the cultivators here speechless. They all looked at each other, thinking that Jiang Luoluo was scared out of her wits. The eyes of the Fan clan's ancestor were cold, and his aura was chilly. Naturally, he did not care about Jiang Luoluo's words and continued to press forward. The killing intent around his body became even more frightening. When Lin Tian saw the Fan family's ancestor closing in, he didn't seem to care. His expression was still calm. In the next moment, he shifted his gaze away from the Fan family's ancestor and looked in two other directions. Almost at the same time, two powerful waves of divine might appeared in the distance, shaking the sky. In an instant, they rushed forward and stood in two different positions. They were two old men, and their qi and blood were extremely vigorous. They were not any weaker than the Fan family's grand ancestor, the ancestor of the Xian Luo Immortal Palace, the old ancestor of the Purple Young Divine Sect. In this place, all of the cultivators were moved, recognizing these two. The Fan clan's ancestor, who was closing in on Lin Tian, couldn't help but stop and look at Ancestor Xian Luo and Ancestor Xian. When Ancestor Xian Luo and Ancestor Xian arrived, their gazes immediately fell on Lin Tian. Brilliant light intertwined in their eyes. When they looked at Lin Tian, it was as if they were looking at a peerless divine treasure. Their eyes were very open. The two of them were the same as the old ancestor of the Fan family. They were the strongest existences in their respective lineages. Normally, they would not step out of their sections. However, after learning of Lin Tian's existence, they immediately stepped out. This was because Lin Tian possessed too many extraordinary items. One was a divine pagoda forged from Hong Meng heavenly crystals, while the other was a peerless lightning technique derived from heavenly tribulations. The temptation of these two items was too great. Even as strong as they were, they could not help but be tempted. Even though the Fan family's ancestor had come here in anger because of Lin Tianxia's death, he was still thinking about Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda and 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. This was because the value of these two items was too great. He even felt that if he could obtain these two items, the deaths of the Fan family's ancestor and the others would not be a big deal. Wang. Space distorted and ripples appeared. The 3 eternal realm auras intertwined and sealed off the surrounding void. Lin Tian glanced at the Fan family's ancestor, Xian Luo ancestor, and Ziyan ancestor. At this time, the 3 of them intertwined and sealed off the space around him, Jiang Luoluo and the purple scaled python. The Xian Luo Immortal Palace's ancestor and Ziyan Divine Sex ancestor stared at Lin Tian. Then they looked away and looked at the Fan family's ancestor. Then the 3 of them looked at each other with cold and deep eyes. His life belongs to the Fan family. We will share the thunder technique. As for the divine pagoda, we will decide who it belongs to after we obtain it. Xian Luo ancestor said. All right. Ziyan ancestor nodded. Their voices were calm and indifferent. They talked as if there was no one else around. They even ignored Lin Tian as if everything was under their control. You too. Jiang Luoluo was furious. She glared at Xian Luo and Zi Yan ancestor and scolded. No matter what, you two are the strongest experts of the strongest lineages on the same ancient star. How can you snatch the treasures without any reason? Do you have any shame? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the world? For the Fan clan old ancestor to kill his way here, no matter what, there was still some enmity between them. But as for old ancestor Xian Luo and old ancestor Zian, Lin Tian had no enmity with them at all. Yet, the two of them actually walked out like this, discussing with the Fan clan old ancestor right in front of Lin Tian to kill Lin Tian and seize his divine pagoda lightning art. This caused her to feel extremely hateful, wanting nothing more than to bite the two of them to death. When Xian Luo and Zi Yan ancestor heard Jiang Luoluo's words, they didn't care at all. Their sects were the strongest lineages in the purple Yin ancient star. They looked down on this world. Who would dare to curse them? So what if they cursed and scolded them? It wouldn't harm them in the slightest. On the contrary, obtaining the immortal Emperor Pagoda, forged from the primordial heavenly crystal, and the unparalleled lightning technique would make their respective legacy stronger and more glorious. Hence, obtaining the divine pagoda's thunder technique was a must. What do you think? Xian Luo ancestor asked again. Zi Yan ancestor had already accepted his suggestion, so he asked the Fan family's ancestor. The Fan family's ancestor nodded. All right. After Lin Tian Sha killed the Fan family's patriarch and the others, he would hand Lin Tian over to the Fan family to vent his anger. They would share the thunder technique, and the primordial divine pagoda would be decided by other means later. No matter what, they would get more of it. This would prevent the three of them from fighting each other and causing a war between the three great lineages. He naturally wouldn't have any objections. If that's the case, take him down. Xian Luo ancestor said. Zi Yan ancestor nodded. The Fan family's ancestors' eyes were cold. The three Eternal Realm experts walked towards Lin Tian at the same time. The three Eternal Realm experts together, that man is finished. Many people's hearts palpitated. These cultivators knew how powerful Lin Tian was. He was monstrous. However, no matter how monstrous he was still a half-step immortal realm expert. No matter how monstrous he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the Eternal Realm experts. Lin Tian stood in the void, looking at the three Eternal Realm experts approaching him. His expression was calm, and there was no change in his expression. Senior, I'll have to trouble you, he said to the purple-scaled python beside him. It's my duty. The purple-scaled python nodded. It had to rely on Lin Tian to get out of this divine garden. Now that the Fan family's ancestor and Xian Luo ancestor were here to kill Lin Tian, it was already very uncomfortable. This was because they were indirectly cutting off its way out of this divine garden. Bastard, I'll make you wish you were dead. A cold voice rang out. The Fan family's ancestor was the first to make a move. He reached out his hand to grab Lin Tian. For a moment, the void rumbled and cracked. The divine energy was terrifying. The Fan family's ancestor's hand landed on Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. There were more than 10 types of great Tao law intertwined on it. Lin Tian remained calm and didn't move an inch. It was also at this moment that the purple-scaled python next to him moved. It was strong and domineering, and it directly slapped out. In an instant, a majestic demonic aura soared into the sky. With a puff sound, it shattered the large hand of the Fan ancestor. Subsequently, a slap landed on the other party's head, slamming it into his chest before it exploded. Only a spirit escaped in a miserable state. It moved several thousand feet away as it looked at the purple-scaled python with a horrified expression. The purple-scaled python snorted. Its eyes moved and 2 demonic lights rushed out, turning into 2 demon clan swords and mercilessly slashed down. No. The Fan family's ancestor's soul screamed as it was instantly shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. What? The Fan family's ancestor is dead. Hee hee. In this place, everyone's expression changed as they looked at the purple-scaled python in horror. Jian Luo shrank her neck. Although she knew how terrifying the purple-scaled python was, she couldn't help but swallow when she saw the Fan family's ancestor, who was at the early eternal realm, being killed so easily. So violent. She whispered. At the same time, on the other side, Ancestor Xian Luo and Ancestor Xian were trembling, their eyes full of shock. Half-step true immortal, you. The strength of these two people was not ordinary. Although the purple-scaled python had only attacked for a moment, they were still able to see the level of the python. It was only half a step away from the true immortal realm. Its realm was much higher than theirs. They looked at the purple-scaled python and trembled. Then they looked at Lin Tian and trembled even more violently. They came to this place to seize Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda and the Peerless Thunder technique. They thought that with their eternal realm cultivation, they could easily suppress Lin Tian. Then they would take the immortal pagoda in Lin Tian's body and the Peerless Thunder technique Lin Tian obtained in this divine garden. But they didn't expect that there was a half-step true immortal beside Lin Tian. They had never heard of such a thing. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, without any hesitation, the two turned into streaks of light and fled into the distance. They were at the eternal state, and under normal circumstances, they were immortal and indestructible. However, if they were to face someone stronger than them and had their spirits destroyed, they would still die. It was just like what had happened to the old ancestor of the Fan family. Didn't you come to seize the treasure? Didn't you look like you had everything under control just now? Why are you running away? Jian Luo mocked in a low voice. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His expression was calm.